Excuse me while I whip this out.
All right, welcome in. If you could let me know, somebody out there, if the sound is all right and you can see everything. I had a problem tonight. That's why I'm an hour late. My apologies for being an hour late, but it's not my fault. Let me explain. Normally, I do this on the Rumble Studio, which is part of Rumble, and it's like a godsend. I love it. It's fantastic. It's made my life easier, but the problem is it's new. And it's still a bit buggy. It's been a bit buggy in the past, but it's never just not let me actually stream before. So I spent like half an hour or so just fucking around with that, trying to make it work. And it didn't. So I had to go back to my old streaming software. So you might notice that things are a little bit different on the screen now. So I don't know. Maybe you like it. Maybe you don't. I'm not sure it makes that much difference. Maybe if you guys like it, we'll keep it like this. I don't know. All I know is that I tried to do the thing that I always do, and then I couldn't. And I don't really like that because I don't like change. I know, just like you guys, don't like change either. But here we are. So, yeah, somebody let me know that it's actually working because I'm on my own software. If you can't hear me, I guess nobody can hear what I'm saying right now. But if you can, let me know that it's working. Because then then I'll know that I'm not wasting my time. I guess that's the only benefit in it, really. I guess if there's like nothing in the chat for like an hour, I can probably guess that you guys can't hear me. But I guess then it's just practice. Anyway, welcome in. Happy Friday. Glad to see you all here. Hope everybody's had a good week. There's been lots of crazy news. We're going to go over pretty much all of it. And where are we going to start? Where are we going to start? Well, first thing we're going to talk about is I tried to watch that show Ripley, and there was something really just this baffling casting choice, which just ruined the whole thing. It's just truly bizarre. We're going to talk about that a little bit. We're going to talk about, for the Canadians out there, we're going to talk about this budget, this Trudeau budget, and how insane and just terrible it is, and how much it is just Trudeau just simply trying to buy support. He doesn't know how to do anything else. We'll try not to spend too much time on that, because I know not everybody's from Canada, not everybody's going to be interested. So it's okay. We're not going to spend too much time. We're going to talk about this guy, apparently an anti-fascist who lit himself on fire outside Trump court, outside the Trump trial. So, crazy people. There's crazy people out there, apparently. And here's one of them. And he did something crazy. And we're going to look at that a little bit. I mean, there's going to be more information that comes out about this guy as time goes on. But right now it's looking like, well, he's crazy. So then we're going to get to the part of the show that everybody loves, I think, which is where we go through all the Twitter stuff that I've curated over the course of the week. Some of it will go in for a little bit of a deeper look, but there's a ton of stuff, and this usually takes us 3-4 hours to get through all this stuff. And there's usually serious stuff and sad stuff and happy stuff and gross stuff. When we get to the gross stuff, the stuff that makes us feel uncomfortable and kind of just unpleasant, we're going to go to what we call the puppy palate cleanser. One of my viewers, one of my subscribers suggested that when things get too horrible, because when you're covering modern news these days, there's lots of horrible stuff. So we go to the puppet palate cleanser and look at that. Don't you feel better now? Don't you feel better? Look at that. Now, I can guarantee you in any of these videos that have the puppies in them that I ever show, and I do this every week, I promise you, Justin Trudeau will never break into the shot and try and give the puppy puberty blockers or a vaginoplasty surgery. I screen them. Another thing I think we'll do, if we're having fun and if there's lots of people in the chat, is we're going to do our Grok versus Trudeau challenge. So what we do for this is we ask Grok to write a poem about Justin Trudeau, and we supply the story, essentially. There's two elements that have to be there every time. So Trudeau must be wearing blackface at some point, and he also has to get a vaginoplasty. So we've done, various things. I used to just prepare it beforehand, but a couple of weeks ago we did one where I took requests from the audience, from the chat, so let's figure out a scenario. And it worked out, I think, pretty well. We've done stuff like, Justin Trudeau. I got a vaginoplasty and joined the Girl Guides, and it turned out that all of the Girl Guides now are like 45-year-old men because they changed the rules. Stuff like that. Justin Trudeau kidnapped Whoopi Goldberg and tried to impersonate her after he got a vaginoplasty. Yeah, that sort of thing. It's fun. It's good fun. It's wholesome. All right, so that's where we're going. Nobody in the chat? Nobody in the chat. Wow. Okay, so if there is anybody listening to me right now, I'm asking you because I had to change my software, and I want to make sure, absolute sure, before we get deep into this, that it's actually working and you guys can hear me. That would be super helpful. Somebody. All right. Give me 1 second. 1 second, you guys. That's why I'm an hour late. Okay, apparently it's working. I just checked. On the stream from Rumble. So now I can feel comfortable going forward. All right. Anybody seen that show Ripley? It's like The Talented Mr. Ripley. They made I think an 8-part, 1 season, like limited season thing. Limited show. And it's black and white. And it's actually, the first... Cindy13, hi there. How you doing? Good to see you in the chat. I'm hoping that the audio is sounding all right out there for you. Let me know. So, Ripley. So, we all saw The Talented Mr. Ripley back in, I think it was like 1999 or something. And so they've redone it. They've made like a 10-part or 8-part TV show. It's in black and white. It's actually beautifully shot. I watched the first episode. And I thought, this is quite good. The acting was really good. It was quite compelling. I thought it was fairly well written. But then something baffling happened in the second episode. Something so baffling, it completely ruined the show for me. There's a character, Freddie. It was played by Philip Seymour Hoffman in The Talented Mr. Ripley, the movie. And the person they cast for that role is a woman, but we're supposed to believe it's a man. I know it's really bizarre because it's not what you think, right? So they have this baffling casting choice of the character Freddie, who is clearly a woman. Clearly a woman. And you can see here, this is, let's see if we can pull this up. Let's see. Will they show us? Where is she in here? Hold on. Oh, for some reason it's not showing us. Okay. So let's just get out of there. Let's see. How about this? There we go. Okay. So this is clearly a woman. This is actually Sting from The Police. This is Sting's daughter, who is apparently non-binary, which is apparently extremely important. Calls himself a they, them, whatever. This is the character from the show. And the baffling thing is, so they introduced this character, and it's just clearly a woman. The voice, everything. I mean, you can see it's obviously a woman, right? And I thought, okay, so they changed the character. They made the character of Freddy a trans man. I thought, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe it seems kind of unnecessary to change it, but I don't know. Maybe it kind of works. But then as you keep watching, after this character leaves the scene, keep watching, it becomes apparent that Dickie and Tom Ripley, who are the two main characters, they think that this is a man. I thought, well, that's very strange. Why are they talking as if this is a man? Because it's clearly not a man. So it's this totally reality breaking thing. Like they're written in the movie in the show. The characters are written in the show as if this character is a man, but they cast a woman to play that role. And she's not playing a trans man. She's just playing a man, and the main characters, one of whom is a con artist, we're expected to believe they don't notice that it's a man. I mean, I know it's written this way, right? But we can tell, even if the characters are written so they're not supposed to be as if it's just a man, okay, we can tell, the audience can see. So it's totally reality busting. It totally destroys the suspension of disbelief watching this. You're just like, what? It's just too weird. They might as well have had the character Freddy be a talking pie. It's bizarre. And it makes it impossible to actually take any of the characters seriously because they can't even tell what a woman is. It's a truly strange, it's baffling to me. Because the show, the first episode, quite good. I was looking forward to watching the rest of it. And then suddenly I'm like, I can't take these characters seriously. This is ridiculous. It's bizarre. I mean, it's just clearly a woman. I mean, let's take a look. Hold on. Here we go. Elliot Sumner. This is Sting's daughter. That's a woman. It's clearly a woman. Anybody can see that's a woman, right? Maybe slightly masculine features, but clearly a woman, got a woman's voice. I find it really, really bizarre. It's like if they got like Ellen DeGeneres to play Napoleon, right? Still probably better than the movie that just came out, but it would be pretty weird, right? You'd go, well, it doesn't make any sense. And then all the characters in it are pretending that Ellen DeGeneres is Napoleon. I find this choice totally, completely, utterly bizarre. And the reason it's so bizarre is because they spend money on this. They spend a lot of money on it. Why would you want to make this bizarre casting choice, which is clearly, obviously political in some way? Why throw that in and just wreck the whole thing? Because you can't take the character seriously anymore. It's not like I was like dying to. I was like, okay, Ripley. I think I like the first. I think I like the movie that came out with Jude Law and everything, and Philip Seymour Hoffman. I think I like that. And I'll check this out. And I was pleasantly surprised. Oh, quite good. Until they make me want to believe something that I just can't possibly believe. I think that woke is the death of art. Because clearly just making that statement that they're making in this show, clearly making this statement, which is bizarre. I mean, there's no reason to do it. It's utterly ridiculous. It's just wokeness. It's woke dysfunction. It's not for the art. It's for the politics. Right? I guess it's for the virtue signaling. Everybody can praise, oh, what a brave choice. Even though it makes no fucking sense, you might as well have had a talking pie. You might as well, the character might as well have just been a cat. Antipop, good to see you in the chat. What do you think of the of the outlay here. I had to use the Rumble Studio I normally use. Didn't work. That's why I'm an hour late tonight. So I had to go back to my old streaming software. So I kind of like it. Like, I kind of like this one, actually. I'm not sure which one I like better. This could work, though. But in any case, yeah, I mean, this is absolute woke dysfunction, what they're doing here. They just ruined something perfectly good for no reason. Or the reason is a terrible reason. The reason is just, I guess, to have the talking point of wrecking a character by completely and utterly miscasting it. Let's take a look. I think we got just a short clip here.
May I ask you to describe Thomas Ripley? What line of work are you in, Tom?
Accounting.
You're a very hard man.
You're in
Oh, here we go.
to leave.
I bet you would.
Right there. Did you see that? We're expected to believe that's a man. Hold on.
I'd like you to leave.
I bet you would.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
No, Clint is right. Not in this lifetime. I can't believe that. I tried to find a longer clip for you, but I mean, I think that shows everything you need to see right there. Totally bizarre.
I'd like you to leave.
I bet you would.
That's not a dude. That's a lady. Anybody can see that. Any single person can see that. Any sane person.
Someone is dead in Rome, and Senior Ripley is missing. Someone is dead in Rome. Ripley is missing.
Hearing.
All right, I lost. There we go. Okay, hold on.
I'd like you to leave.
I bet you.
Look at, that's not a man. That's clearly not a man. Cindy says, put a chicken in it. That would have been way funnier. Somebody in a chicken costume and like really tall. That would have been way better. At least it would have been funny. This wasn't funny. This was just like, what? Like, I'm watching it and like, it seems like I'm thinking, okay, they're not saying anything about like, yeah, obviously this is like a girl, right? In the scene. And then I was watching and thinking, okay, well, after they're going to talk about how, obviously they'd make some mention of it because it would be weird if they didn't. And then as if to make the point, they started talking about man, calling this character a man, like repeatedly, just to kind of put that point, like, no, we're actually going to pretend that you think that this woman could pass as a man. Again, the baffling thing is, at least if it had been like just a woman playing a trans man, that had been the character of Freddy. Okay, that's a woke choice. But as long as everybody's aware in the show, the internal logic works, as long as the internal logic works and everybody's aware of the fact that the obvious woman is not a man, then it can still work. I would have kept watching it at that point. But it really sums up woke, doesn't it? People having to pretend to believe things they don't believe. This is maybe just the most like transparent, obvious version of that. Believe something that you know isn't true. Pretend to believe something you know isn't true. The actors in the show are pretending to believe something that isn't true. Something that has it just completely destroys any sense of suspension of disbelief in this thing. It's completely reality destroying, but they demand you must believe this thing that you know is not true. Ignore the evidence of your eyes and ears. They really are determined to do this. And the bizarre thing is that the rest of the show isn't woke at all. At least not what I saw. I'm sure after this, it probably goes off in all kinds of woke directions, pointless directions. But it really is. I mean, genuinely, woke is deny the evidence of your eyes and your ears. Just like, the party, Ingsoc in 1984. And this is such a perfect little distillation of that. It's one of it is genuinely strange but should be expected. I mean, this is modern art. Again, woke is the death of art. Antipop says, I saw a guy on Ripley's with 3 peaches in his mouth. Not Ripley's Believe It or Not. If it was Ripley's Believe It or Not, then this would all be fine. I wouldn't be complaining. Cindy says they like to ruin a good show with being woke. They certainly do. They certainly do. This would be a good opportunity for me to let everybody know that I have a new sound. So one of my regrets is that when people have done like a Rumble rant or like a super chat or something, that I haven't had a proper celebration button on my soundboard. So I do now. So this is what's going to happen if somebody feels generous. Worth every penny. Every penny. All right. So anyway, I guess I kind of want to keep going on about this show because it is so baffling to me. It's so strange. But I think we pretty much, I think we covered it. Is there anything else? Like, again, like, look, that's not a fucking man. It's obviously not a man. That's not a man. Why do they? All right, that's enough. I've said enough on this. I'll move on. I'm not going to belabor it. It just drove me kind of nuts. And especially because, I'll tell you, because I was actually enjoying the show. And it's so hard for me to find a show that I enjoy, anything new. I did watch The Pacific, which was like the show, like a companion series to Band of Brothers. So Band of Brothers is the European theater in World War II. The Pacific was the Pacific theater in the World War II against Japan. And that was 10 episodes. And you know what? It's excellent. It didn't actually get a lot of heat when it came out, and nobody's really talks about it. And I think financially it was not a success, but it was really good. I found it quite moving. I thought it was very well done. But that's like, I don't know, 15, 20 years old or something. So there's a new show. I thought, actually, this is something I get into. And then they fucking woke me. Have to fucking do it, don't they? They just have to do it. It's like an obsession. Anyway, I don't care what the makers of Ripley tell me. I know that's not a man. All right, here we go. Do we have any Canadians? Well, I know Antipop's Canadian, so you'll probably enjoy this part as much as you can enjoy this. We're going to talk about the budget, 2024 budget, just for a little bit. It's basically what everybody expected. It's Trudeau just trying to buy favor. Right? The thing is, it won't work because nobody will actually get any benefit from it because none of it will be spent on anything other than like consultants and advisors and just frittered away and wasted. Like they've shown that they're completely incapable of, of doing anything, doing literally anything. Let's see. ArriveCan app, $80,000 budget, came in at $54 million. Cool, $54 million. And now it's just been junked because it was worthless anyway and nobody really wanted it. $80,000 to $54 million. You know what? I'd like to get a solarium put on the back of my house. Can I get a quote on that? $80,000. Great. Okay. You know, a couple of months later. Okay. Nice work. $54 million. Literally, $80,000 to $54 million. This is the Trudeau government. They spent tens of millions of dollars on the gun buyback program that, again, nobody wanted, right? Do you know how many guns they bought back for the tens of millions of dollars? It's a round number. That's a hint. It's a round number, a very round number. That number would be 0. Again, this is the Trudeau government. This is all the progress we get from them. All right. From Andrew Scheer, Trudeau's latest budget is so bad that even former Liberal finance ministers are speaking out. The budget raises taxes, keeps interest rates high, and will drive investments to other countries. You pay for Trudeau's massive debt and tax hikes. Yeah, so Trudeau is desperate, right? He's desperate. He's hopelessly down in the polls, hopelessly down. And he doesn't know how to do anything except throw money around. None of it actually ever gets to anybody that it could help anyway, right? It's all just frittered away and spent on, again, like consultants and advisors and things before it ever gets to any, and just bureaucracy, because they have to build a giant bureaucracy. Cindy said zero. That's right. Because Trudeau loves bureaucracy. He's grown the government by 40% since he's been in 9 years. 40%. So that's what you call buying votes. Freeland's budget as a threat to investment, economic growth. Former finance minister says the rich corporations will think twice about investing in Canada. Obviously, when you raise taxes, that's what happens. What does Spencer Fernando have to say about this? Let's listen to him for a second. Well, 46 seconds exactly.
With their latest budget, the Liberals have now ensured that the next government will inherit an absolute disaster. Quite deliberately, Trudeau and his ilk have set Canada on the path to long-term economic pain, declining global influence, rampant division, rising poverty, and generational conflict. That means the task for those of us who love our nation has gotten much harder. We will have to work incredibly hard to bring our nation back from the brink, to turn the tide against destructive socialist economics, and to restore the promise and prosperity of Canada. And yet, we know that is work worth doing, because unlike Justin Trudeau and his burn it down on the way out attitude, we believe in doing what is right for Canada. With their latest budget, the Liberals have now ensured that the
Yeah, so Trudeau was desperate, so he's just burning it down. He doesn't care. Trudeau seems to only care about power and keeping it. So just bankrupt the country, well, even more than he already has, to try and hold on to power. That's his plan. And that is entirely his plan, right? Just spend, promise. Again, all those promises will never actually help anybody. He's not actually going to build any houses. He'll build a bureaucracy that will prevent his plan from actually working. But I mean, his plan probably is just build a bureaucracy. Those people will vote for him. Because, of course, far leftists, and, he's the Prime Minister of Canada. He's with the Liberal Party of Canada, but he's not a liberal. As Pierre Poilievre said, he's illiberal. He's a far leftist. He's not liberal at all. Anyway, let's keep going. Well, here's Pierre Poilievre. Well, first off, actually, let's take a look. So the budget increased spending. Let me make this a little bit bigger. The budget increased spending to more than $530 billion for 24-25, with more than $11 billion in new spending largely focused on housing, student aid and grants, along with pharmacare, and finally funding the long-promised disability benefit, which is none of this is ever going to help anybody, right? It'll help the bureaucracies that are created and the consultants and people that they're going to pay millions, probably tens of millions of dollars to. But it's not actually going to help any of the people that he's pretending that he wants to help out. All right, so Pierre Poilievre, what does he have to say about this? This is 60 minutes. We're not going to watch all that. Let's catch the beginning.
The common sense team that is going to fix the budget so that Canadians have powerful paychecks that buy affordable food and homes in safe neighborhoods. Exactly the opposite of what we've seen, because after 8 years, Justin Trudeau is not worth the cost of food, homes, and everything else. In fact, everything Justin Trudeau has touched in 8 years has gotten worse. Let's go through his promises. In 2017, he created an affordable housing program of $89 billion. What has happened since then? That's
the thing. Justin Trudeau in 2015 campaigned on housing, fixing the housing problem. It is so much worse now. Price houses have doubled since he got in. But that was 2015. 2015, he was promising to fix the housing problem. What's his main thing in 2024? Fix the housing problem. That is twice as bad because of him, because of his mass immigration insanity, his mania for mass immigration, his mania for being Mother Trudeau, Mother Justin, to all of the world's people. Come to Canada. Come to Canada, he said. Oh, why not just the entire population of the world? Just come to Canada. Oh, we got lots of room. No problem. Justin Trudeau is so kind-hearted is the thing. He's so kind-hearted to everybody in the world except for Canadians. How he's gotten elected 3 elections in a row, I have no... It's baffling to me. Let's continue.
Housing costs have doubled. He doubled rent, mortgage payments, and down payments. In fact, when Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister, after I left him an affordable housing market as housing minister, at that time, it took 38% of a family's income to make payments every month on an average home. That number is now 64%. An astonishing fact remarked upon by the liberal international magazine called The Economist. They actually tweeted it out because it was so astonishing, even though it has been largely suppressed by the state-controlled and state-funded media here in Canada. After 8 years of Trudeau, we have 10 encampments in every major city. Halifax has 35 homeless encampments alone. After 8 years of Trudeau, we see 26 international students crammed into the basement of one home in Brampton. And the guy who screwed up the immigration system to cause that mess, Sean Fraser, is now in charge of housing. After 8 years of Justin Trudeau, it takes 25 years to save up for a mortgage for the average, for a house down payment for the average family in Toronto, and 29 years for the average family in Vancouver. You used to pay off an entire mortgage in that time. After 8 years of Justin Trudeau's carbon tax, we now have 2 million people lined up at food banks, a record-smashing total. Images of people lined up block after block that if they were made into grainy...
This is the result of suicidal empathy, right? Just a childish empathy, which Trudeau is the king of. I mean, I don't think he actually feels it himself, but he knows how to play the game. He knows how to use the words. If there's one thing he is good at, it's campaigning and lying, right? So this is the empathy that we're promised, right? Oh, the empathy. You know, you don't want to vote against Justin Trudeau. That's racist, right? He's the anti-racist. And if you don't vote for him, you must be. I mean, he tells us that. Justin Trudeau says if you don't vote for him, you're racist. Obviously, or he heavily implies it, doesn't he? This is the empathy. This is the progressive empathy. This is where it leads. Anyway, let's continue.
Black and white images, you would think you were looking at a documentary from the Great Depression. After 8 years of Trudeau, there is now a Facebook group called the Dumpster Diving Network, where people share tips. 8,000 people share tips on how they can eat out of a garbage can. In fact, it's true that you can't afford to live.
You know, thinking back, Trudeau never mentioned anything about that. Any of his elections, he never mentioned anything about people eating out of garbage cans. He neglected to tell us that. Only we'd had some idea that the part-time drama teacher / snowboard instructor might be a terrible leader. Anyway, let's continue.
After 8 years of Trudeau and the NDP, but you know what? You can't afford to die either. In Newfoundland, there are 28 dead bodies.
Actually, we should check the WEF, see if they've got a video. You'll eat garbage and be happy. It's probably where Trudeau got it from.
In freezers outside of a hospital next to a dumpster because their families cannot afford a burial or cremation. This would have been unimaginable before Trudeau and his NDP government took office. And all these deficits, all of the doubling of the national debt, remember it was supposed to stimulate growth?
Yeah, another deficit, by the way, 40 billion. Let me show you Canada's national government debt from 1962 to 2023. Let's see if we can make this a little bigger. There we go. Yeah, so here's where Justin Trudeau took over, right here. See that? That's when he took over, 2015. And then, okay, so the TrueAnon faithful will say, well, it was COVID, everybody. Okay, well, okay, there was COVID, but it didn't need to turn into this. This is the public debt of the last 22 years in billions of US dollars for Sweden. This is for Sweden. National debt in Sweden. There's 2020. That should have gone down a little bit since. Didn't need to do that. Didn't need to, but there was such a fervor in that with the Trudeau Liberals, with Trudeau himself, with the media, of course, that he just went fucking hog wild. He saw it as a massive political advantage to himself, and he did win that. He did win the next election, didn't he? Now, people weren't thinking any further ahead. The people that voted for him weren't thinking any further ahead than their own shadow, of course, right? Because it was fairly predictable what was going to happen. The inflation, of course, mixed massive spending, inflationary spending mixed with mass immigration. It's kind of predictable what's going to happen, isn't it? Antipop says, reminds me of Mel Brooks' movie, The Producers. The turd is producing his flop. Yeah, that was a good movie, by the way. I haven't seen that in many years, probably like 20 years or something. Oh, complete with Nazis in the house. Antipop says that because Trudeau had a literal Nazi in the house. Hard to believe. Anyway, we won't retread that. So in any case, you can see the recklessness of the government here, right? Now let's go back to where we were. Okay, let's listen to Pierre again.
We've had the worst per capita GDP growth of any country in the G7, and by far. That is the disastrous record of Justin Trudeau. And yet, he wants to keep going. Over the last several weeks, he has been pouring fuel and not water on the inflationary fire that he lit, with tens of billions of dollars of new spending for the same old programs that caused the misery in the first place. Even Liberals are starting to speak out. Today, proud Liberal and former Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge, who worked for Martin and Chrétien, has said that this budget is on track to be the worst since 1982, as Trudeau doubles and triples down on the costly failures that have left Canadians hungry and without homes. So my message...
1982. So that was when Pierre Elliott Trudeau was in power, Justin Trudeau's dad. And it really is appearing that I used to think that Pierre Elliott Trudeau was at least smarter than his son, but I don't even think that. Like these are just the same people, right? They're just the same guys, right? After Pierre Elliott, after he finally was gone, after his walk in the snow, you had the biggest win for the Conservatives for Mulroney, I think, in Canadian history at that point. Massive, just total destruction, right? Looks like we've got the same thing coming after Justin, because it's just the same shit. Massive inflationary spending. Trudeau is also responsible for our terrible Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 1 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms basically says Yeah, you've got all those rights below, free speech and all that, but not really, not if the government decides not. So, good luck with that. Good luck with your rights and freedoms. They're basically just the same thing. It's just there was a break of a few decades and then right back to it. The Trudeau family, right back to it again, fucking up Canada. Truly astonishing. Do you know that we're spending more servicing the debt, the interest, just to pay the interest on the debt that we do on healthcare in Canada now? That is crazy. That is crazy. That is what happens when you do this. When you go from here to there in less than a decade. That's what happens. It makes it very difficult to actually keep things like healthcare functioning when you're paying more in the interest on the debt than you are on it itself. This all sounds like it can't be real. But it is. It is. We're not going to wake up from this nightmare until, even when Trudeau was gone. I mean, these are generational problems, right? Clearly, these are generational problems. Not going to be fixed in 4 years. Not even going to be fixed in 8 years. We fell asleep as a country and let an idiot take over. An egomaniac who does not give a shit. The guy who said that Canada is the first post-national country. Well, he didn't ask any of us. He just decided that for us. Said Canada had no core identity. He didn't ask us about that. He decided that. And of course, it's all just mirroring. I say this every week. He's the one with no core identity. He's the one who's doesn't even believe that he's Canadian. I don't think. He sees himself as a citizen of the world. Anyway, let's go a little bit further here.
Is simple. We're stuck with this costly coalition for a year and a half, it looks like. There will be an election where Canadians will choose between the costly coalition of the NDP and Trudeau, who tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your community, or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But there's still another year and a half where Canadians have to find a way to survive. So my message to Justin Trudeau is this, in one word: stop. Stop doubling housing costs. Stop taxing our farmers and food when our single moms and seniors are going hungry. Stop the inflationary deficits that are driving up interest rates and forcing Canadians to lose their homes. Stop endangering our social programs and jobs by adding more and more debt for the...
See, he's just not going to, right? He's just not going to do that. I just finished this book on the Russian Revolution, and it really is astonishing. You just see the patterns, everything just happening over and over again. He's just going to, Trudeau, I mean, with his new taxes, with the new capital gain taxes, his plan is just to steal from better people than him, to pay for his largesse that he hopes is going to win him support of the people. He must know it's not sustainable. He must know. I mean, somebody must have shown him this. Somebody must have said, put this in front of him and pointed to it and said, Justin, you have to look at this. You have to. And then he covered his eyes and then he ran out of the room probably. Yeah, he's not concerned with this stuff. He just clearly seems to be purely concerned with himself and his own fortunes and his political fortunes. People are saying that they think he's going to step down. Boy, I don't know. I mean, I suppose that if he doesn't see a bump in the polls after this budget has come out, with all of his largesse and all of his cynical politicking and his cynical spending and his cynical bribery, attempted bribery, if he doesn't see a boost in the polls from this budget, then maybe he goes, well, it's hopeless. He must know that people hate him. I mean, everywhere he goes, people scream at him, right? I mean, and it's well deserved. I can't blame anybody for it, letting their thoughts be known. So maybe there's a chance, but I think ultimately his ego is going to get the better of him, I think. His narcissism will get the better of him and of the country, and we will be stuck with him for another year and a half, unfortunately. Anyway, let's go a little bit further here.
The love of God, Justin Trudeau, you are not worth the cost. So today, will you please stop?
For the love of God, Justin Trudeau, you are not worth the cost. So just stop. It got to the point there, right to the point. I'm a fan.
Stop until common sense conservatives can start governing with common sense for this country. A common sense plan to axe the tax, to bring down the cost of energy, food, and everything else. We will axe the carbon tax. That will make our businesses more competitive, our wages higher, our food more affordable. We'll cut income tax so hard work pays off. We'll fix the budget by bringing in a common sense dollar for dollar law that requires that we find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending, while we slash the waste and reduce the burden on the backs of Canadians, a smaller government with bigger citizens. We will build the homes by requiring municipalities permit 15% more home building as a condition of getting federal funds, and that they permit high-density housing around every transit station. We'll sell off 6,000 federal buildings and thousands of acres of federal land to build. We'll take the carbon tax off so that building materials...
Okay, that's all great, but we all know, and maybe he addresses it later in this, we all know what the problem is. It's the mass immigration. It's supply and demand, right? Yeah, I mean, Trudeau's saying they're going to build 4 million houses. That is just... We've been here. Like, we've seen what he's capable of, all right? Like, we know that's not happening. 4 million houses. No, we know that's not happening, right? Pierre Poilievre is talking about building more. I mean, I'm sure that he will be more effective in that, but we can't build that many houses. We can't build enough houses right now. We can't just build our way out of it. For one thing, the more you build, the more expensive the materials for building become, and it just comes into like an inflationary feedback loop. It becomes more and more expensive. So I mean, let's try and build more, absolutely, but actually do it, not just give it all away to bureaucrats and advisors and consultants and whatnot, which is what Trudeau typically does. But the main thing is the mass immigration. I mean, we had 1 million people in the last 9 months. That's it. If you got 1 million people every 9 months coming in, you are definitely not going to build your way out of it. And I really want Pierre Poilievre to be really much more explicit and forthright on this. He has addressed it, said he wants to bring it to sensible levels, essentially, common sense levels. But it needs to be more forthright because everybody knows. I mean, the media may not like talking about it. They may hate it. But normal Canadians, I think the vast majority of normal Canadians now know, like, okay, we were nice. You know, we didn't have a problem with immigration for a long time. Even though the levels, I think, were still too high even 10 years ago. But, you know, people went along with it. People are nice. People are welcoming. But at this point, calling people racist isn't going to work anymore because it's just obvious. It's too many people. We're in a population trap right now. In fact, let's look something up. I did a video on this. Canada population trap. Let's see. Financial Post. What's a population trap and how do you get out of it? I did a video on this I think a few months ago now. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Canada lacks the infrastructure and capital stock to absorb current population growth, warns economists. Economists. Economists at the National Bank of Canada released a report recently arguing that Canada is caught in a population trap. But what exactly does that mean, and how does the country get out of it? The Oxford Dictionary what is a population trap? The Oxford Dictionary defines population trap as an economic, quote, situation where no increase in living standards is possible because the population is growing so fast that all available savings are needed to maintain the existing capital-labor ratio. In layman's terms, this means there are so many new people that all of our investment capacity is getting used up, incorporating them into the economy and getting them up to speed. There's nothing left over to actually increase the overall standard of living. So we're in a situation now, a population situation now, where it's impossible to increase the standard of living because there's too many people coming in too quickly. And I can't remember what I was talking about before that. Let's go to the chat for a second. Laurette Carreau says, itching for an election. I know. We all are. We all are. But we're not getting one anytime soon, I don't think. Laurette Carreau says, realistically, only starting January 2025 when Singh becomes eligible for his pension. Quite possibly. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Singh he's been promised something by Trudeau. I don't know what, but he's just basically going to be his lapdog until October of 2025. Antipop says, what do you think Max has to say? Well, Max is very vociferous on it. Maxime Bernier. That's who you're talking about, People's Party? And if Pierre doesn't perform, if he gets the massive election and the massive mandate, the majority government, if he doesn't perform, people are going to flee, myself included, to Maxime Bernier in a second. You know, right now, it's just so crucial to just get Trudeau out. He just got to go. Anybody will do a better job than him right now. He is just so completely incompetent. But if Pierre doesn't live up to his promises and doesn't bring in, minimize immigration to just common sense levels, basically what he has said, and he doesn't address it a ton, but what he has said is just the people that we actually need. If he doesn't do that, if he doesn't get rid of, for me, I think maybe the most important issue is getting rid of the censorship bills, the internet censorship bills. Because if you don't have free speech, you got nothing. Like this Bill C-63, this is a nightmare, dystopian, Orwellian atrocity. Like it's an abomination. So he's got to get rid of that stuff too. He's going to have a lot of work on day one when he gets in. But if he doesn't live up to that, people will flee to Maxime Bernier in a second, the People's Party, myself included, 100%. I look with fear on the UK, on England, on Britain, with they've had the Conservative Party for 14 years there. And I tell you, the Labour couldn't have done a worse job. It's almost like they've been ruled by Labour, who just, sound a bit different every now and then. And actually, I've got something in the X Twitter stuff here from there, which I think your guys are going to find completely horrifying. But we'll get back to that later. I think we'll move on. Let's maybe go to a couple more of these. All right, this is 29 seconds. Let's hear what Pierre has to say about this.
After 9 deficits, Mr. Speaker, the government is rich and the people are poor. And today, They're doing the same thing over again with $40 billion worth of inflationary deficit. That means $2,400 for each family in inflation and spending and increase to the national debt. After 9 deficits, Mr. Speaker, the government is rich.
So that's obviously Pierre is speaking French there, and then it's being translated. But that's, about what I expect to hear from him. What do we have here? 2 minutes. Let's spend a little bit more time on this. I think it deserves it.
Franco Terrazzano, who joins us once again from Ottawa. Franco, the parliamentary budget officer, is forecasting a deficit of $41 billion this year. Now, you say the feds have no plan in place to actually balance the budget?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real bad news.
Yeah, he is the director, Canadian Taxpayers Federation.
Budget for taxpayers, massive deficit, going to be around $40 billion. Of course, that means more debt added onto the backs of Canadians' kids and grandkids to pay back. Under Trudeau, this federal government has already essentially doubled the entire federal debt. And what this means is that more money is being wasted on interest charges on the federal debt. I mean, you're probably expecting in this budget year for interest charges to be around $50 billion, which is almost or about the same amount of money that the federal government sends to the provinces in health transfers. But if you look at projections, I mean, in a couple years, in 2028, interest charges on the debt could surpass the revenue that the federal government collects from its sales tax. So in only a couple of years, every time you go to the store and pay the federal sales tax, well, every penny collected will be going to pay interest charges on the federal debt. So totally unsustainable. And really, it appears like the Trudeau government doesn't really care about fiscal responsibility or helping taxpayers.
So, Franco, let's
just go to here again. He doesn't care about fiscal responsibility. Yeah, I don't think that he does. Here, 2015, this is the Canada's national government debt. 2015 there. 2023 here. Yeah, I think he probably doesn't care. I think it's safe to say that Trudeau does not care. But let's continue.
You have the ear of Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland. What advice would you give her on where the federal government really needs to cut back?
First, stop wasting so much money, like when the federal government spent $8 million building a barn at Rideau Hall. Or, when Trudeau last fall spent $2 million on a 6-day trip to the Indo-Pacific region, where they racked up almost $200,000 on airplane food. But you also got to do the big things right. Cut down on the ballooning bureaucracy. The Trudeau government has added about 100,000 new bureaucrats, has handed out like $1 billion in bonuses, and also stop the corporate welfare.
So talking about those 100,000 bureaucrats. So when I say that the money they spend just goes to bureaucracy, that's what I'm talking about. He's increased the government employees by 40%, the size of the government by 40% since he got in. But anyway, let's continue.
Right? We've heard the feds announce tens of billions of dollars in corporate welfare to build these battery plants. You know what? If you want to grow the economy, you should cut taxes, cut red tape, and cancel the corporate welfare.
He's the federal director of the Canadian.
So yeah, the all that money for the was it tens of billions for the battery factories? Of course, the electric car market immediately goes in the tank because, it's Trudeau, right? It's Trudeau. He's great at figuring out ways to waste money. I don't know. Is that enough for you guys? How is it even possible? There's Franco Terrazzano again. That's the guy we just saw, Canadian Taxpayer Federation. How is it even possible for government to hike taxes and still run a $40 billion deficit? So yeah, increasing the capital gains tax. I wonder if there could be any unforeseen consequences of that, right? I wonder if people with money are going to love that and think, what a great idea. Why don't I lose more of my money in Canada? Or maybe they'll say, maybe we won't invest in Canada. Maybe we'll take our money out. I don't know. Come to think of it, they might just do that. Huh? Let's see, at a time when the economy is completely stagnating, we desperately need investment. We need our economy to pick up. It's beyond bizarre and stupid. I think at the end of the day, for Trudeau, it's just so we can go out there and demonize the wealthy people. I think that's it. He can say they'll pay their fair share. Well, what talking about pay their fair share? They've already paid it. The capital gains is on money that's already been taxed before, and now you're taxing it again. It's all just this stupid fucking bullshit that appeals to useful idiots and smooth-brained people who can't see further than their own shadow. Things, I wonder if there might be any unintended consequences there. I wonder. Oh, it's possible. No, couldn't possibly be. Besides, we want what's fair. It's not fair. It's not fair that people only get taxed on their money twice. We need to tax them more on the second time that they get taxed on their money. And they'll love it. There's no way anything could go wrong. All right. Are we there? Let's go to the chat. Antipop says, people who voted PPC were the only ones who didn't vote to segregate me out of society. 5% of the voters. It's true. Aaron O'Toole I really did not like him at all. I was very disappointed with him as leader. He just was Trudeau light. And that's not what we needed. We didn't need it. What's the point? What's the point of running if you're just going to be Trudeau light? I mean, you might as well have the real Trudeau, right? Why even bother? Laurette Carreau says, the barn is a bunker. A bunker. Possibly. Possibly. I haven't seen anything about that, but maybe I'll take a look into it. Who knows? Antipop says, we can fix up our garages and rent them out soon. Well, I don't know. Trudeau's probably coming up with some sort of new, squatter thing so that people could just take your house and not have to pay your rent. I'm sure that's the next thing he'll come up with. Probably inspired by what's happening in the States. Thinks it's wonderful. All right. So we've gone through all this stuff. Again, 2020, this is what happens to Canada because Trudeau just was apparently given the green light to just go fucking nuts. And here's Sweden's national debt. There's 2020. They didn't go nuts. So it seems like we didn't need to lose our minds after all. Isn't that interesting? Too late now. So, you know what I think we need to do? I think we need the puppy palate cleanser because it gets me so worked up talking about Trudeau and he disgusts me so much and it really leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So I think we need the puppy palate cleanser, you guys. Let's go for a second. Look at this fella. Look at that. What kind of a haircut is that? What is going on there? He's got a comb over. He's kind of got like a Trump hair there. Anyway, he's an adorable little fella. Starting to feel way better. Now, here's the joke that we always tell every single time. My favorite part of this video of this delightful puppy is that Justin Trudeau doesn't burst into the shot and try and give him puberty blockers because he'd like to. Trudeau wants to give everybody puberty blockers. I'd be surprised if he doesn't try and pass some law. Everybody has to take them. Maybe try and put them in the drinking water. Just everybody, even if you're well past puberty. Maybe it's just puberty blockers for all of the minors, and then everybody else has to get sex changes for freedom or democracy or something. We're at such a bizarre place in Western civilization that, there's almost nothing that would surprise me anymore. Rogue Thought says, sorry, Canadians, I feel your pain. I live in Washington State and have Biden as my president. Yeah. It's tough. I think we have the two worst world leaders. in the world right now. Like the two most incompetent. Do I have a button for that? Let's see. How about this one?
What the fuck is it with you?
What is it with Trudeau and Biden? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. So let's get back to it. Okay, so anti-fascist who lit himself on fire outside Trump courthouse left manifesto and said Trump and Biden are about to fascist coup us. Fascist coup us. So Trump and Biden working together. I'm not sure I see that. I've seen a bit of stuff. We've got some stuff actually in the other thing, in the Twitter stuff. He seems like he's nuts. I mean, obviously, you don't set yourself on fire if you're not nuts, right? Like the guy who, the pro-Palestinian guy, the soldier who lit himself on fire in the States, in Washington. Was it in Washington? He's obviously nuts too. Like if you're lighting yourself on fire, there's something wrong with you, right? Like a mentally healthy person figures out a different way than lighting themselves on fire, right? So we'll find out a lot more about this guy, but let's see what Post-Millennial has to say. Max Azzarello, the anti-fascist agitator who lit himself on fire Friday in the protest area outside of the Manhattan courthouse where Donald Trump faces prosecution by Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, left a manifesto. In it, he said he was, quote, an investigative researcher who has set himself on fire outside of the Trump trial in Manhattan. He claimed that his intent was to draw attention to an urgent and important discovery, namely that, quote, we are the victims of a totalitarian con, and our own government, along with many of their allies, is about to hit us with an apocalyptic fascist world coup. So, I have to say, and I'm not about to light myself on fire, I want to make that clear. But I have to say, I mean, I've been saying for a while now that the direction that we seem to be moving in, when you see what seems like coordinated operations across every Western country of mass migration, censorship, it feels like there's a coordinated move to emulate something like China. You know, we call it communist China, but it's not really communist. There's not even any like social programs or anything. You're pretty much on your own there. Government doesn't help you out. You know, they moved to, I believe in the 80s, they moved to 80s, 90s, they moved to capitalism with Chinese characteristics, as they call it. Really what that is fascist characteristics. So it is every large company, every company with, I think, over 50 employees or something in China has to have a Communist Party office in it. So you have this symbiotic relationship where really it's the party that's in control, but they're working together. Every company has to work in the government's interest and do what they say. That's why they have that office there at their business. So to me, it seems like, I mean, Justin Trudeau himself has talked about his admiration for China's basic dictatorship, right? It feels like powerful people have looked at China and its totalitarian state with envy. I think Klaus Schwab has made noise about that as well. You know, you still have, so like big tech companies, for instance, right? They can still operate. They can still operate. They just have to do the bidding of the government and censor everybody. So they're fine. I want to ask you guys, does that feel like the model that they're going for? You know, with these 15-minute cities, for instance, right? And the censorship, which is being pushed in every Western country. And it all feels very coordinated to me. Does it feel like it to you? Like the goal here is for some sort of China-style dictatorship, totalitarian state where the government controls everything. And you end up with, capitalism with Chinese characteristics, which is really, again, just fascism. So, when he says apocalyptic fascist world coup, I mean, he might have a point there, right? Let's see. Apparently, there was a sign there that said Trump is with Biden. They're about to fascist coup us. Rogue Thought says it seems intentional and very authoritarian. Yeah, it really does. Now, I don't think that Trump and Biden are in cahoots. I don't believe that for a second. Biden is trying everything to put Trump into prison. So I think Trump does represent, maybe some people might think I'm naive here, but I think Trump does represent a threat to, whatever this order is that's apparently being forced upon us. Lorette Carreau says CBDC, that's the digital currency, 15-minute cities, digital ID, all for control, social credit system. Yeah, great minds think alike, right? I think they've looked at the Chinese model and said, that's the way of the future. They've got, and it must be so tempting for authoritarian-minded people because, with social media, the internet and everything, they've got everything in place. With the digital world, they've got everything in place. It's just a matter of convincing people that they actually want it. Stupid people, smooth-brained people, useful idiots. Trudeau voters. Just a matter of convincing those people. Like, NDP voters as well. And anybody, I guess, who would vote for Joe Biden, I guess. I mean, truly bizarre. I've never seen anything so... I mean, what they're doing to Trump is so obviously, so blatantly banana republic. I don't see how it could be more obvious. I mean, they're literally trying to... What is it, 91 indictments? 91 charges against him? I mean, they're trying everything. They're reaching back years into his business records, like bank loans. They're making up crimes. It's genuinely bizarre. It's bizarre because we're watching something unthinkable happening in front of us in real time, and the media is acting like it's all a good thing. If you reversed it, it would be the worst thing in the world, of course. So it's crazy. Let's see. A truck parked near the scene reportedly belonging to Azzarello was covered with writing that said, quote, Trump is with Hillary. They're about to fascist coup us. Yeah, I think that Trump is seen obviously as a threat to whatever this order is that seems to be, being foisted upon us. That's why they're trying to put him in prison. In the 9-page document, because he left a document there on the scene, apparently he spoke about Ponzi schemes, quote, rotten truth of post-truth America. Quote, this is an act of revolution, he said, before detailing a story about Peter Thiel, Silicon Valley Bank, cryptocurrency, bank runs, and venture capital firms. So I'm for cryptocurrency. I think that's good. I think cryptocurrency I wouldn't put all my money into it, but as a hedge for some, I don't think it's a bad. In fact, I've got some. He states there is a secret kleptocracy in which both parties are run by financial criminals whose only goals are to divide, deceive, and bleed us dry. They divide the public against itself and blame the other party while everything gets worse and more expensive, and a handful of people take all the money. Again, I feel like the reason they're going after Trump is because he's a threat to that. I think that you have the establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats who don't seem to be, they seem to agree on an awful lot, don't they? An awful lot. But it wouldn't be necessary to do the things they're doing to Trump if he was a part of all that. Let's see. So we're not going to read all of this. He also said he had filed a lawsuit against dozens of perpetrators of the cryptocurrency Ponzi, not for litigation, but just to preserve the information and attach my name to it. I was terrified and hadn't slept in days, and it shows, but it served its purpose of keeping myself alive long enough to keep learning and telling this story. So, he's seeing things that are concerning a lot of people. And he's seen some just kind of obvious truths. But I think he's conflating a bunch of things that don't really, I think he's also conflating it into things that I don't think fit. This is my feeling. I think this is somebody who is a bit mentally ill. And let's take a look because I've got, okay, here he is, right? There he is. Filed a personal injury lawsuit against entities, including the Clinton Foundation, Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel. Example, I mean, he looks like he's not doing great. Here he is again.
Start a fucking revolution. Start a fucking revolution. Start a fucking revolution. You've got nothing to lose.
They're calling him, now in this article, they call him anti-fascist. I think it's a bit misleading because from what I've seen, I don't think he's actually like Antifa. I don't think he's even, like, he seems to be like mad at the left and the right. So he's, I think, looking at fascism in the real sense of what fascism actually is. But again, I think it's become a bit garbled and confused with him. And anytime you're setting yourself on fire, something's not working properly in your head. Okay, that's just not a thing to do. Yeah, sane people don't light themselves on fire. I think that's a hard and fast rule. Okay, what's going on here? So now we're going to get to the all this stuff that I have curated from Twitter over the week. Before we get into this, let's take another look at the chat again. Rogue Thought says, Trump's being made an example to those even thinking about challenging the system. It seems it just seems obvious, right? Like it's utterly transparent. Cooking up all these bizarre charges against him, going after him for like loans from years ago, and literally making up crimes to charge him with. Like it's extremely transparent. He's doing something powerful people don't like. He's a genuine threat to whatever the plan is. I mean, again, it seems obvious to me there is something coordinated happening across Western countries. Everybody decided that we need to have unmanageable levels of immigration all at the same time. Everybody decided that they needed to censor the internet, to start coming up with utterly bizarre censorship laws. You know, in Canada, life in prison for a hate speech crime, Bill C-63. You know, in Scotland, you can go to prison for 7 years for a conversation you had in your own home. You know, there's a similar law in Ireland. I mean, all at the same time. I don't know. It just seems awfully coordinated. And of course, there's constantly noise about this in the United States as well. Fortunately for people in the United States, they do have the First Amendment. Which nobody else has, and it is terrible. That's not good. Maybe we should have thought about that. Fuck. Why didn't we think of that? Oh, well. In any case, Rebel News here. Rebel News reporter Sheila Gunn-Reid unveils a 47-foot billboard in Alberta, bringing awareness to Trudeau's latest censorship measures. Let's take a look.
As you know, the Liberals recently tabled their promised online harms censorship legislation, and I think it is the most pernicious and insidious piece of legislation in the Western world. It's a totalitarian piece of law that will control your past and your present. Now, according to the new legislation, victims of hate speech could be compensated up to $20,000. And there's a new standalone hate crime offense that will be added to the criminal code, allowing for penalties of up to life in prison. It gets worse. Under this new legislation, which will surely be passed at breakneck speed, you can be imprisoned for future hate crimes that you haven't committed yet, and you could be found guilty of uttering hate offenses for things that were not illegal when you said or posted them. You love this billboard behind me just as much as I do. You can donate to help us keep it up, and you can donate to fund our civil litigation against Justin Trudeau's censorship laws, and you can sign the petition against his censorship laws by going to stopthecensorship.ca.
So, actually, the Scottish bill, it's called the Hate Crime Act or something in Scotland, similar to Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act in Canada, in that it's basically a snitch network, right? It sets up a snitch line so that anybody can report you. By the way, if you are not subscribed to my channel, subscribe, because I've made a bunch of videos on Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act, and those are worth watching. But it sets up basically a snitch line in both countries where people can report hate incidents or hate speech online. In Scotland, it's just anywhere, right? You could be watching a play. You could be at a play, and you can report an actor for, saying something from, I don't know, a Shakespeare, from Henry VIII or something, right, that isn't politically correct now, might offend somebody. In Canada, it's online. But it's this pernicious, it's this insidious thing, right, where Trudeau is basically getting activists to do his work for him. He's getting activists to censor people for him, right? Because obviously it's going to become an industry. If you could make up to $20,000 by reporting somebody you don't like for saying something online that they think is hateful, don't forget, these aren't going towards this isn't going to like a criminal court. This is going to a human rights tribunal in Canada, which are far left kangaroo courts, all right, with like a near 100% guilty rate. There's no like real rules of evidence. There's no, innocent until proven guilty. There's no guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It just says kind of preponderance of evidence standard that some woke activist is going to be judging. And it turns out, prior to this law hasn't actually passed in Canada yet. I think it almost certainly will. But they have a record of basically finding everybody racist. That's basically it. Everybody's guilty. When you get into the Human Rights Tribunal, everybody's guilty. So he just gets activists to do his work for him. Now, funny thing is, in Scotland, they had 8,000 complaints as soon as it went through. I think it went through on April 1st. They had 8,000 complaints the first day. 4,000 were against Scotland's First Minister, Hamza Yousaf. Because he was filmed in he went on this rant. In fact, let's find that for you. Let me find that for you. Go in an hour and a half. We got lots of time. Okay. Hamza, I believe it is. Hamza Yousaf. White. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we can find the video here. It's really quite unbelievable. Let's see. All right, let's take a look at this.
But why are we so surprised when the most senior positions in Scotland are filled almost exclusively by those who are white? Take my portfolio alone. The Lord President, white. The Lord Justice Clerk, white. Every High Court judge, white. The Lord Advocate, white. The Solicitor General, white. The Chief Constable, white. Every Deputy Chief Constable, white. Every Assistant Chief Constable, white. The head of the Law Society, white. The head of the Faculty of Advocates, white.
Yeah, like Scotland's like 95% white. So, hey, big surprise. But you hear how he says it. White. White. It's like an accusation. It is an accusation. It's pure racism. Pure and complete racism from this lunatic, Hamza Yusuf. Now, let's go back for a second. Now, their hate crime law passed on April 1st, and immediately there were 8,000 complaints made, 4,000 against him for that speech, for his white.
What does that mean?
It means that he's racist, and he doesn't like white people, and for some reason he's the First Minister of Scotland, which seems to be fairly insane. Why? How does the Scotland, which is like 90+% white, have a First Minister that hates white people? This is just totally bizarre. It seems like suicidal stupidity to me. But 4,000 complaints against him. Now, of course, the police said, well, he didn't do anything wrong. No, that's not hate. Well, of course, it's not for him. It's not for him. It's for regular people. It's for regular people who say the wrong things. What he said wasn't wrong. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly acceptable. You know, that goes along with the narrative that's being pushed in every single Western country, certainly every country in the Anglosphere. That goes along with the narrative being pushed, so that's fine. But maybe you think maybe you're not a big fan of mass immigration, driving up housing prices and wrecking health care and just, overwhelming all of the infrastructure. Sounds like a hate crime to me in Scotland. That's who it's for. It's for anybody who says, hold on. Nobody actually asked us if we wanted this stuff, and we don't. That's who it's for. And that's who it's for in Canada. That's who Bill C-63 in Canada is for. That's who the online harms bill is for. Let's go to the chat. Laurette Carreau said, you don't even get to know who is your accuser. In Bill C-63, in this snitch law, hate crime law, which is completely insane. Watch my videos on it. Subscribe to the channel. Watch my videos on it. I actually go through the bill, so you don't just have to believe me, right? I actually go through the bill and show you the relevant parts and how insane it is. I show you where, yes, somebody can anonymously make a complaint against you. You don't know who it is. It could be your neighbor who knows, maybe you just came into some money, maybe an inheritance or something. It could be your neighbor who just thinks, hey, I could make some money here. I'm going to report him. Could be anybody. You'll never find out. Now, it's $20,000 up to that much for the accuser, who doesn't have to do any work, by the way. They just make the complaint, and then the government does the rest. They pay for the lawyers and everything. So, I mean, you can see how insidious and insane this is, right? So, an activist or just somebody who just wants money makes a complaint against you, then wash their hands of it. Now the government takes over and starts punishing you, taking you to a human rights tribunal, which is a far-left kangaroo court, which will find you guilty. If it's politically incorrect, they will find you guilty. They're not going by the rules of like a criminal court. No, it's a joke. It is a kangaroo court. Now, when they find you guilty, they're going to force you to give some money to that person. They're also going to force you to give up to $50,000 to the government, because the government's going to want to get their finger in there too, right? Going to get their hand in your wallet as well. Moving beyond that, yes, they may also decide that you're a threat to do a future, online hate crime as well. So, again, you haven't done anything. They might just decide, well, we think you might in the future, so you're going to get 12 months of house arrest. They can also tell you that you can't drink. They can tell you who you can talk to. I mean, you can't make this up. It's that dystopian. This is the actual bill. They can put you under 12 months house arrest for something you haven't done, for something they think that you might do. Pre-crime. It's crazy. Also, put you in prison for life. for life if you do a hate speech crime, whatever that is. I also take you in my videos going over this bill, Bill C-63, to the definition of hate. And yeah, it could basically mean anything. It's just completely vague and broad. So, and that's, of course, on purpose, right? That's what you do if you want to use something politically to silence people from dissenting against your insane policies. No, it's no accident either this is coming out before an election, right? You can expect them to try and rush this thing through. Let's see. What are you crazy people saying? Rogue Thought says, intent is not even considered in most cases. It's about the offended feelings. Yes, so that's part of the whole new woke thing, right? Is that intent doesn't matter. It's just all that matters is the harm, right? Whether or not the harm is real or not. Somebody just had to say they're harmed by it, which again is just totally dystopian and insane. Transparently intended to be used as a weapon. And Antipop says nuance is dead. It is, and that's on purpose, right? All right, let's keep going. So this is interesting. From the Independent. It says, how climate change is hitting vulnerable Indonesian trans sex workers. Nearly 93% of respondents saw decreased income during the rainy season. How climate change is hitting vulnerable Indonesian trans sex workers.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. The world doesn't make any damn sense to me. I don't know what's happening. I guess climate change is really hitting those vulnerable Indonesian trans sex workers hard. It's a difficult time. It's a very difficult time. People. Rogue Thought says, oh God, please no. Please no. I think we're going to have to bring this up. Let's see. Jay Nelson says, clearly Canadians haven't been paying enough carbon taxes. If only we'd paid more, we could have made life so much easier for those vulnerable Indonesian trans sex workers. Now, apparently, just had to check to make certain this story. Just had to check to make certain this was a real story. It is. No comment needed. Okay, let's check it out. It really is a story. Life is getting so strange, isn't it? How climate change is hitting vulnerable Indonesian sex trans workers. I got a feeling it's probably not that great of a life for most of them, for any of them, really. Regardless of the climate change. You know, it might just suck anyway. I don't know. I guess Greta was right, huh? We better tear down civilization. I don't know. What do you even do about this? More neo-pronouns, I guess? Will that help? They keep telling us about how important they are and how they help everything. All right. I think we have to take a look. Where are we? Okay, so Joya Patia, a 43-year-old Indonesian transgender woman, first started to notice that changing weather patterns in the mountain-ringed city of Bandung were affecting her income as a sex worker a decade ago. the rainy season was lasting longer across the West Java province. Winds were stronger, and in some particularly bad years, Pattaya lost up to 80% of her earnings. So it is hitting vulnerable Indonesian trans sex workers, apparently. But, like, what about the rest of the sex workers? Like, they have to be kind of like, it's like, they're not all trans, like the sex workers, right? What about the rest of them? Why do they just ignore the rest of them? That's what I want to know. Trans women like Pattaya are among the most affected by extreme weather linked to climate change, as well as suffering disproportionately when disasters strike. Do they expect us to take this seriously? Rogue Thought says, how does weather know their identity? I don't know. It seems like a good question to ask. Oh, we got Free and Ix in the chat. Good to see ya. Good to see you in here. The heat makes their zombie tilapia smell more than usual. Okay. About what I would expect from Free and Ix. Let's see. No one is coming out during the longer rainy season. It is very hard to make money during that unpredictable weather. Again, like, I guess they're trying to scare us about climate change again. It just feels like this is a bit of a miss to me. You know? Indonesia is particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and trans women, who tend to face more stigma and marginalization than trans men or other LGBTQ plus Indonesians, are also among those hardest hit by extreme weather. That's because many trans women, like Pattaya, are shut out of the formal economy and survive as buskers and sex workers, occupations that rely on them being able to solicit clients outdoor. Okay, I don't know. Okay, you win. You win. We have to tear down civilization. Let's all go live in caves again. Let's all go live in caves. I'm going to dig a hole in the ground. I'm going to walk into the woods. I'm going to drive off into the mountains. Then I'm just going to walk off into the mountains, and I'm going to dig a hole, and I'm going to go live in it. No electricity. I'll just leave my car. You know, nothing. Now, we have to save the planet. We have to save the Indonesian vulnerable trans sex workers. It feels like maybe they got bigger problems than global warming. I don't know. It feels like maybe. I'm just not really buying this. I understand they have to. There's somebody who, you know, there are these writers who have to just keep writing things to scare us about climate change constantly all day long. That's all they have. That's all they can do, right? They just have to be constantly, they're paid to just constantly try and fearmonger about climate change all the time. And they've got to keep coming up with new things. I just feel like this is a miss. That's all I'm saying. I don't have any ill will towards the Indonesian trans sex workers. I hope that they get, you know, I hope things work out for them. I'll just say that. But I don't know. Like, I'm not going to change anything because I saw this article. I just feel like there's so much going on. This is not going to inspire me to change anything. I hope things get better for the Indonesian trans sex workers. I genuinely do. I don't wish ill on anybody, right? I hope that things pick up, I guess. But I don't know. It just seems weird. It's almost kind of embarrassing, wouldn't you say, that this is, I don't know. Anyway, let's see what the internet has to say about it. Let's see. Well, there's not much there. Oh, that's interesting. I would have thought that would have been full of comments. All right, let's keep going. Oh, okay, here we go. Is their makeup running too much in the heat? That could be a problem. Let's see. What do we got here? Anything good? Trans carbon taxes need to be higher. Yeah, obviously. Justin Trudeau will probably borrow money from China to help them. Yeah, would anybody be surprised if we see in the newspaper tomorrow, or there's an announcement that Trudeau's sending $18 billion to stop rain in Indonesia for the vulnerable trans sex workers? I mean, bless them. Bless them. I don't know. I think we got other problems. Honestly do. I think it's an Indonesia problem right there. Quite the headline. What about the biological sex workers? Well, that was my point as well. Like, why do they just single the one out? I guess that's woke. I guess that's what woke is. The other ones aren't valid. They don't see the other ones as important, I guess. Personally, I think all sex workers are important. All of them. Uh-oh, Rogue Thought says Mother Nature's going to be hit with a hate crime. Uh-oh. Let's see. Okay, let's move on. Clearly, Canadians haven't been paying enough carbon taxes. Yep. If only we paid more. Let's see. Well, there's the crazy guy again. Now, I keep seeing these over and over again. It's just Biden mumbling. It's just him, I don't know, just gibberish. It's just pure gibberish. An interesting thing is, it appears that most left-wing people, like people who would watch CNN or MSNBC or Canadians, because Canadians follow American politics closely. You know, I do as well. They don't know that Joe Biden is demented because they never see these. Like, this is never going to be seen on CNN or MSNBC, right? If, like, Trump slips one word, one word wrong, it's plastered all over. It's on, cover of the New York Times. They don't see this stuff. They actually don't know that he's demented. Because even when they're quoting him in the papers, in the New York Times or Washington Post or something, they correct it. So it sounds like he's what's the word? Like sane, not demented. So that it sounds like he's articulate. I said I couldn't find the word articulate there. It doesn't speak well for me. Just came down with a Biden right there. All right, let's hear this.
Well, instead of importing foreign products, I'm exporting further products. Well, instead of importing foreign products, I'm exporting further products. Well, instead of importing foreign products, I'm exporting further products.
Oh, well, that clears things up. Apparently, he's exporting feather products. So I'm glad he cleared that up. I was wondering what he was exporting. Feather products, obviously. I wonder if the people on X have anything to say about this, and I hope it's kind. I will beat Donald Reagan this summer. You could take that to the post office. He's obviously demented, right? Where do we get a Thurfer product? I thought he was saying feather product. At least that's English, right? What the hell is he talking about? Heaven help us all. It really is obvious, and it is truly bizarre. It's alternate universe stuff that you see. I mean, I made a video a little while ago about Morning Joe. What's his name? Joe Scarborough. Throwing a fit on his show, just gaslighting, trying to gaslight his entire audience that Joe Biden was so sharp, sharper than he's ever been. I feel like I'm in an alternate reality when I see stuff like that. I mean, it's just clearly not true. It's so clearly not true. I think I've got some more of them. Let's take a look. Because we might as well do them all in one go. Oh, Antipop's going to like, you know what's coming with this one, Antipop. You know what's coming there. Let's see. Where is he? Oh. Hold on. Let's go back. All right. Just stick with me here for a second. That's not him. That's when he was younger, that last video there. I thought I had another one of them in here where he's babbling gibberish. Maybe not. But I do have... Oh, wait a second. Here we go. Okay. What does he say? I'm not sure I've listened to this one. I think I just put it in my bookmarks, but let's try and hear this.
Back when D-Day occurred, and on Sunday, the next day, my mother's 4 brothers all went down to the recruiting station and joined the military. Every one of them volunteered. And my uncle, they called him Ambrose Brosey, they called him Bosey. My Uncle Bosey was a hell of an athlete, they tell me, when he was a kid. And he became an Army Air Corps before the Air Force came along. He flew those single-engine planes as reconnaissance over war zones. He got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea. And then my son volunteered to go to Iraq for a year, and he came back with stage.
Okay, so almost all of that is not true. And let's hear that one part again.
A hell of an athlete, they tell me, when he was a kid. And he became an Army Air Corps before the Air Force came along. He flew those single-engine planes as reconnaissance over war zones. And he got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea. And then my son volunteered to go to Iraq for a year, and he came back with stage 4 glioblastoma.
So, all right. The whole cannibal thing. The whole cannibal thing. I don't know. Biden, for the 3rd time in less than 24 hours, tells the dubious story about his Uncle Bosey and a lot of cannibals in New Guinea before repeating the debunked suckers and losers hoax. Yeah, he says that later. It's just a liar. He also claims D-Day was on a Sunday. It was on a Tuesday. He is not well. Well, I mean, you can forgive him for forgetting what day D-Day was on. But, I mean, they claim about the cannibals thing. So, I have something here for you that's related to that. I should probably figure out a way to organize these videos better, but I've got something that you might be interested in that's related to that. And it's Peter Doocy, who seems to do a pretty good job to me. Here we go. Okay. All right, let's watch this.
For unknown reasons, the plane was forced to ditch in the ocean. And I agree, Second Lieutenant Ambrose J. Finnegan was a war hero. But the Pentagon says, for unknown reasons, the plane was forced to ditch in the ocean. Both engines failed at low altitude. Why is President Biden saying he was shot down? There's no evidence of that. And why is he saying that his uncle was eaten by cannibals? That is a bad way to go.
He lost his life. It's not, look.
Why is he saying his uncle got eaten by cannibals? That's a bad way to go. But now you've got to listen to KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre. She has got to be the worst. She has got to be the least capable of this job. I mean, the job is lying. It doesn't matter who the president is, right? There's going to be some amount of lying and spin going on, obviously, right? But I've never seen anybody as bad at it as her. Let's take a look.
We should not make jokes about
It's
this.
not.
Wait.
President Biden said that his uncle was eaten by
I mean,
cannibals.
your last line it's for a laugh. It's for a funny statement, and he takes this very seriously. His uncle, who served and protected this country, lost his life serving, and that should matter. You have a president that lifts up our U.S. troops, our American veterans, every day, who thinks about them, who actually thinks they're all heroes, and they are. And you have a former president who disrespects that, who doesn't honor that. Said it as president, suckers or losers. That's what he said.
Total lie. Just an utter lie at the end there. But the fact remains that he literally said that his relative was eaten by cannibals. He said it. Like, people are going to ask questions like, quote, why did he lie about his relative being eaten by cannibals? For instance, that's a question you might ask. When the president says that his relative was eaten by cannibals, it's only natural that somebody might ask, why did he say that? Why did he say that his relative was eaten by cannibals when he wasn't? And, you know, again, I feel like the left, normally it would not take them long at all to find a way to call that racist, saying your relative was eaten by cannibals. It would take them 3 seconds. That'd be a breeze for like AOC or Ilhan Omar or something. But they're not interested for some reason. Left isn't interested for some reason. I don't know why that would be. It's not like they're biased or anything. Couldn't be. I wonder if Joe Biden had a relative that went with Indiana Jones to the Temple of Doom. Probably, I would bet. His relatives get around a lot. There was a bad dude. Kalima. Calamari. The Greeks are no joke. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, Jack. Would you be surprised if Biden claimed that he had a relative that went with Indiana Jones to the Temple of Doom? I would not be. And I would find it extremely amusing if he did. And I would also know that he was lying and making shit up again. Seems to be his want. Hey, we got Radio Streamer in the chat. Good to see you. Thanks for making it. He says, our president is laughable. Let's see. If I hadn't lived it, I would think this was a bad AI edit. Yeah, you're talking about the Biden gibberish video we just watched. All right. So let's see if we skipped over anything. Let's go back up to the top again. Actually, you know what? I want to go back there for a second, and I just want to see in the comments for that. There she is. Let's see what the people are saying about this. I mean, I got to say, for Karine Jean-Pierre, I mean, it is a tough job, right? Like covering up for Joe Biden, who just says crazy shit all the time. That isn't easy. I mean, she's not good at it, but it would be hard for anybody, I think. I mean, the guy literally said his uncle got eaten by cannibals. This administration is a joke, but nobody is laughing. She never answers a simple question, never. Well, what is she supposed to say? Honestly, I mean, what is she supposed to say? Yeah, he just made that up, or he's confused, or yeah, he's senile. I mean, she can't. I mean, she could do a better job, but again, it's a Herculean task for anybody to cover for Biden. See, Biden honored his uncle he never knew, who only served 2 years, by lying about his uncle's entire military history. Biden is a loser and a liar. Uh-oh. That was mean. Best thing about all of this is now people are talking about cannibals and not even bringing up Haiti. Oh, dear. We're sure Joe Biden's uncle wasn't shot down over Hispaniola. Well, it's true there were cannibals in those islands. That is true. Laughing my ass off, the amount of gaslighting. Yeah, she didn't answer the question. She's lying as usual. Trump never said this. Yes, talking about the suckers and losers thing. He never said that. There's no evidence of that. That was one of those, anonymous source that the media ran with just because they knew that stupid, soft-brained people would believe them. They just would believe anything that confirmed their already held beliefs about Trump in the first place. Confirmed their biases or biases. All right, let's keep going. We're 2 hours in. All right. So what is this? What a time to be alive. Yesterday, over 70 students walked out of Mount Nebo School to protest the school for letting furries to bite, bark, and lick them. ABC even interviewed a member of the furry community, they, them, to give a comment about the situation. So this is a furry. Let's hear what the furry had to say.
Thank you. This is Strudel, a member of the furry fandom. Though they've been a furry for...
Strudel. This is Strudel.
Over a decade, they have their own opinions.
It's crazy that it's escalated to this point where these kids are being so distracting to their peers that their peers want to stage a walkout. So to have, the next generation kind of muddy our name and not represent it very well, it is kind of disappointing.
Strudel believes there should be some limits.
Continue doing things you like, continue dressing up.
Do you know what? This weirdo in the dog costume is actually making more sense than Trudeau. Than Trudeau usually does. I guess it's not surprising.
Making art, but maybe let's keep it outside of school hours.
As for the school, Sorensen says they have one main goal.
We want every student to feel safe when they come to school, and we want students to get along. In fact, we want adults to get along.
Okay, so the district says they've worked with some students whose dress and appearance they say might be disruptive to the school environment.
So how is this person, Strudel, how does this person, Strudel, in the dog costume have more sense than the people running the school? Because Strudel says maybe they should not do it in school, do it outside of school. It's distracting, and it's certainly not good to be biting and licking people and stuff. Because, that's weird, and that's a way to psychologically destroy a child, I think. Also, there's word about, litter boxes again. We heard about this before, but apparently it actually is happening. They actually are putting litter boxes in bathrooms at schools. Antipop says, Strudo, uh-oh. I want to remind everybody to subscribe to the channel to see all of my wonderful videos. They're very good for you, very healthy. Also, I'm going to let you know that I've got a new donation. I've got a donation horn because I thought I don't get many. There's the odd one that comes in, and it's fine. I'm not asking you guys to do it or anything, but sometimes people decide to do it. And I thought I need to have something better than the regular applause when that happens to show my appreciation, because I genuinely do appreciation. And I'm not telling anybody to do it. I'm just saying if anybody does, because it happens occasionally, they're getting this. That's like you scored your first goal in the NHL, your first game in the NHL, and you scored. Just like that. Here, let's go again. Beautiful. Beautiful. I feel like I just scored my first goal in the NHL. All right. Anyway, so that out of the way. But otherwise, anyway, subscribe to the channel, everybody. I always forget to ask people to do that, which I do want you to do. By the way, my YouTube channel right now is getting shut down hard by YouTube. I've got over 12,000. I got like 12,300 subscribers. I'm getting on my videos now like what I was getting when I had 800 subscribers. They're clearly hiding. I can see in the back end in the stats that they're not showing my thumbnails to anybody. If they don't show your thumbnails to people, nobody will click on them because nobody will know that they're there. I think they're not even showing them to like my subscribers. It's weird. It's like I'll have like a good few months or something, and then suddenly it just gets shut down. Like this happened right after I had actually my biggest video outside of shorts. I've got a couple of shorts that are in the millions of views, but I don't really count those. But just had one right at the end of last month. It got 74,000 views, which is actually my best so far, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good for anybody, really. Or for most YouTubers anyway. And then nothing. Just nothing. Like the next video was like 50 views. And it's clearly algorithmic. It's clearly algorithmic. I think that maybe being in Canada, I'm getting it from the Trudeau government, from the Online Streaming Act, which gives the CRTC the authority to essentially get social media companies like YouTube to manipulate their social media algorithms, to manipulate their algorithms to promote stuff they want promoted, and I'm assuming demote stuff they don't want promoted. So it's stuff that they don't consider authentic Canadian content, right? So basically anybody like me. Plus, in the States now, coming up on the election in the States, they're obviously ramping up the censorship as well. Tim Pool just had his two biggest videos taken down from 3 years ago. They had Alex Jones and Joe Rogan on them. Didn't give him any reason, just said, oh, you broke a rule retroactively 3 years ago, and we're taking these down now. That's a shot across the bow. That's a warning. Because they know Tim Pool is big. That's a warning to everybody that we're watching now. Shit's getting real. The election's getting close. You know who we want to win. We don't want you fucking with that. You don't get a say. Watch what you say. Watch what you do. We've got our guy. That's who we want to win, and we're going to make sure he does. So I think I'm getting it from both sides now, from YouTube and from the Canadian government, from the Online Streaming Act, from the CRTC. I'd like to hear from any other Canadian content creators and see what's happening with their views right now, because I don't know, something's happened with my channel. It's just gone right down. I mean, right now in the live stream, there's one viewer on YouTube. One. There's 32 on Rumble. So, and by the way, my views on Rumble have stayed the same. My views on like Odyssey the same, BitChute the same. You know, those are. In fact, I think my average video is getting more views on Rumble right now than it is on YouTube, with less than half of the subscribers. So, but anyway, everybody, subscribe. Whoa! That's $50 from Antipop. Thank you very, very, very much, sir. Very much indeed. This is what I used to give the food bank every week. Better spent, I think, on me, I would say. Thank you very much. Again, I really, really appreciate that. Very generous. You get one more donation horn. Anyway, that's awesome. Rogue Thought says, we're saving democracy even harder by taking your choice away. Yeah, that's the way they do it. That is the story they tell us. I mean, that's literally Trudeau's story. You know, he says that Bill C-63, that all of the internet censorship stuff He says that it's to preserve freedom of speech, freedom of expression in Canada. It's to preserve your freedom of speech, to preserve democracy and freedom of expression, accept anything I don't like because I'm a cunt. Antipop says it could go to a PPC membership, People's Party of Canada. Don't you tell me what to do with my money. No, boo, boo, boo. I shall take it under consideration, my friend. All right, are we all done with the strudel? Let's take a look at what X has to say about it. Savannah Hernandez, I quite like her. She says, what do you think Chinese officials who watch our news think when they see this? They think that we're retarded and they think that TikTok is working, right? Because they own TikTok. And so Chinese TikTok is like kids studying, right? Like in like educational stuff or, you know, doing something healthy, maybe exercise or something. That's what Chinese TikTok is, right? Western TikTok is this. Lots of that. And just even way, way weirder than that. I mean, this one is almost, you know, says, well, maybe they shouldn't do the furry thing in school. I mean, it's actually refreshingly sane. Yet we're talking about somebody standing there out in public in an animal costume. That's how weird we've gotten. So Chinese officials watching this stuff, yeah, they think it's working. It's working great, and I can't believe how easy it is. All we have to do is pollute their society, their civilization, with crazy garbage. I mean, that's literally all they have to do to destroy the West, apparently. Anyway. This is blatant discrimination. Dogs like to lick people. Get used to it already. That's funny. That was a parody account. Keep telling kids, no one has to go along with this weird shit. That's great advice. That's the best advice you can give a kid these days, I think. How does it benefit, like a child, to tell them, yes, you are actually a dog? Like if your kid thought that they were like a pirate, would it really be healthy to just go along and just pretend they were actually a pirate? You know? Or if they thought, you know, if your kid thought he was, I don't know, Napoleon Bonaparte, is it a kindness to pretend? Like, is it a kindness to lie? Not just against to people in general. Is it a kindness to lie to them? I think that it's not. I think the kindness is telling the truth. It's just that that's harder. That could make you feel uncomfortable. You know, like, do these jeans make me look fat? Yes, they do, you fat whore. No, I've never said that, and I don't recommend you saying it either. It's just kind of funny. But no, don't do that. Let's see. You should all change your core values and beliefs so I fit in. I guess that pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't even stomach this. I mean, God damn it. That's not like pride parades. How did pride parades just turn into fetishes, like fetish marches? Like, how did that happen? Like, you see, like the old, oh, 1 second. Like, you see the old pride parades from like the 70s and 80s and stuff, and it was a bunch of guys just wearing like suits and stuff, like dress shirts. Let's pull one up. Pride March, I don't know, 1970s, 1970. Let's see that. Images. Here. So, like, it's a bunch of, you know, people just dressed kind of normally, right? Let's pull one up here. So there, it's just a bunch of people dressed normally saying, yeah, we want to have rights, right? We want to get married or whatever, right? How did that turn into this? Like, that's just sick. Like, who would let their child, like this, this has to be like mentally damaging for a child. There's something very wrong here, right? How did that, just a bunch of guys in like normal clothes, right, turn into that? Guys in dog costumes. Like, it's just a fetish parade. How often do you think about Rome? Often. Ooh. Oh, I can't repeat that. All right. All right, let's move on. Let's see. Antipop says maybe that is their child. No, it's definitely not. No, I refuse to believe that. Because it's like, I don't live your life. I don't care. Live your life. Why are these parades even necessary anymore? Like, if they've just turned into fetish parades, why are they even necessary? Like, nobody gives a shit anymore. Nobody cares. Live your life. Do what you want. Nobody cares. Why? What is with the obsession with pushing out fetishes into the public? Like twerking in front of kids and like I think that there are a lot of like gay people that are actually horrified by those parades and refuse to go to them because they're like, this has nothing to do with me. Right? This is just a weird fetish time. Anyway, I think it's pretty weird. All right, where we go next? White House admits Biden uncle wasn't eaten by cannibals. Really, we could have told them that ourselves, couldn't we? They just could have called us, any of us on the stream right now. Did Biden's uncle get eaten by cannibals? Nah, of course not. Ridiculous. Let's see. Okay, so let's keep going here. This fat guy is awesome. My guilty pleasure today. So this is a guy driving somewhere. I'm not sure where. Looks like Europe. And people are trying to stop him, and he's not having it. So let's watch.
J'ai dit gauche, j'habite à côté, bordel de merde! C'est quoi le premier, quoi? Allez-y! Vas-y! Premier qui bouge l'encul! Premier qui bouge l'encul! Vas-y! Premier qui bouge l'encul! Premier qui bouge l'encul, je m'en bats les couilles!
What the hell language is that? I don't know. I mean, I'm certain that I agree with what he's saying, but I have absolutely no idea what language that is.
On travaille, nous aussi. On a des familles. Allez, moi aussi, je travaille. Je suis agriculteur. Laissez passer là, maintenant. Il y en a qui bougent dans le... Ici, là. Putain. J'ai dit gauche, j'habite à côté, bordel de merde. C'est quoi le premier, quoi? Allez-y. Vas-y. Premier qui bouge l'encul.
That looks like fun. I think if like I'm driving and some guys like sit down in front of my car, I'm going to jump out and go, and then I drag them off. That looks like a good time, actually. What do you guys think? I think that might have been French. I think I might have heard somebody speaking French in there. This guy was kind of totally, I don't, it just sounded like he was going, I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I think it means get the fuck out of the way. Alex SVJ says, that is France. I think you're right, sir. I think you're right. Radio Streamer says, not all heroes wear a cape. That's true. He says, the first one that moves, I don't know. It's an F and then some dollar signs. Anyway, fat guy is not a fan. Not a fan at all. I wonder what the internet has to say about it. Reminds me of my godfather. Big as a house, but took no shit. That big fat Frenchman isn't taking any shit. I like how he throws his weight around. Very well. More, please. Where are the men? That's what it looks like. I hope the feminists are applauding. No, they won't be. They won't be. The other dudes were too. I could envision the leftist squeals as they were being hauled out of the way. They sure didn't like it. People all over are tired of this madness. In the real world, people have places to be. Yeah, like they block like ambulances and shit. Like if you're in an ambulance, you definitely got a place to be. Alex SVJ, fuck you up. That's what the F with the dollar signs is. Fuck you up. Yeah, I think that's what he was saying there. I think you're right. And I trust you on that. Rogue Thought says, it'd be nice if they were chained together. Just hitch them up to the old F-250 and go. I'm not sure they have those in France. But yeah, I get your point. Let's see. They're lucky he didn't eat them. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's a cannibal. Taking out the trash, as it were. LOL. This is terrific. Early UFC vibes. I can see that. All right, let's move. Let's keep going. We still got lots of stuff to go through. We've already talked about that dude. Let's see what's going on. This is to do with the budget. Toronto Star, Canadian mom and pop investors and cottage owners could be hit with a bigger tax bill when they sell following the federal government's proposal to increase taxes for multi-property owners, experts say. And I am absolutely shocked to see this in the Toronto Star. Shocked, but something is up when even the Toronto Star, also the Globe and Mail, published a very negative article about the budget, Trudeau's 2024 budget. Something's up when you see something like this from even the Toronto Star. You know, Trudeau is, I don't know. I think everybody wants him gone at this point, except for that 25% of the population that's always wrong about everything all the time, the Truanons. You know, there are people in Canada that will vote for Trudeau. There's, I think, like 20 to 25% of the population that will vote Liberal in the next election. And these are the people who Trudeau could say that he's going to randomly select Liberal voters, and only Liberal voters, for what he calls the most dangerous game, where he takes them to a private island owned by some international billionaire and hunts them. And they would still vote for him. You know, he could say, if you vote for me, I will make sure every man, woman, and child in Canada lives in a cave in 2 years. And they will still vote for him. He could say that he's going to just randomly select, say, 500 people and then put them into, I don't know, into a hockey arena somewhere and have them fight to the death for his amusement. And they will still vote for him. He could say every Canadian will have to forage, become hunters and gatherers, and forage in the forest for their food from now on, because I'm shutting down all the grocery stores. and they will still vote for him. He could say that every Canadian has to undergo a sex change operation with the option that you could keep your old genitals, but also have another genital, the opposite of what you already have, added as well, anywhere on your body. But you've got to have something. You've got to Justin Trudeau could say that if we elect him, he will personally go to every house in Canada and give a sex change to their pets. I don't know. Whatever it is. Dog, parrot, cat, gerbils, whatever. Anyway, I can't remember why I was ranting about that. That tends to happen when I've been ranting for 2.5 hours already. Antipop says no one will vote Liberal. Yeah, they will. Yes, there's like 20 to 25% of people are wrong about everything always. On every issue, they're always wrong. Whatever it is, they're always wrong, and they will vote for Trudeau. All right. What are we doing here? This is horrible. We're going to watch this, then we're going to have to go back to the puppies for a palate cleanser. When they say gender-affirming care, from Libs of TikTok, when they say gender-affirming care, this is what they mean. The sterilization, mutilation, and castration of minors. The Supreme Court ruled today that Idaho can enforce a ban on these procedures and treatments, which is only fucking sane. This is the biggest medical scandal in modern history, and it must be stopped. So this is what they do. Jesus. It's not something you want to look at. It's not something that I want to look at. It's horrible. It's the stuff of nightmares. But this is what they do. So they take off that skin and then they roll it up and into a fake wiener. And then stick it onto a female. That's what they do. That's what they call gender-affirming care. You know, I don't want to look at it either. But, you know, we kind of have to bear witness to this. Like, you have to know the truth, what they're actually doing to people, these medical experiments. Again, like, I feel like I'm in an alternate universe half the time. You see shit like this. Like, clearly this is unethical. Clearly this is wrong. Obviously. I mean, we're not even talking about now, you know, the euphemism, gender-affirming care for minors here. I mean, even for adults, how can that be helping anybody? It seems like it doesn't seem like there could be anything more clearly immoral than that. Like, it doesn't seem there could be anything just more clearly appalling than that, abhorrent, than doing that to somebody. You know? Like, clearly, this isn't do no harm. Now, if you subscribe to my channel, you can watch my video on the WPATH files, World Professional Association for Transgender Health, leaked to Michael Schellenberger, and it includes, you know, thousands of documents and in hours of internal Zoom meetings with this organization, WPATH. Now, WPATH they are the authority that the other authorities appeal to. So, American Medical Association, Endocrine Society, all the relevant Canadian medical bodies, they appeal to this WPATH as the experts. And when you see particularly the internal Zoom meetings, it is clear it's all pseudoscience. They don't know what they're doing. They even say in the videos, in these internal meetings amongst themselves, that the minors that they're doing this so-called gender-affirming care on can't possibly understand the consequences of what they're doing. They say it openly. Now, what a sane person would do, what a person with a conscience would do, would say, well, we can't keep doing this. Obviously, they simply can't understand what the consequences are. Instead, they go, well, they just keep doing it. They apparently don't seem to notice their own words. It's truly bizarre. But even when you're talking about adults, and I'm pretty libertarian when it comes to adults, and adults should be able to make their own choices, but it seems like this, doing that to somebody, I don't know, it feels like crossing a line, doesn't it? That certainly doesn't feel like do no harm to me. Let's see. Chat's got something to say about that. Rogue Thought said, good Lord. How can that be called care? Again, how can that be called? You're right. How can that be called care? Look up the movie, What is a Woman? They have survivors trying to warn us. I did watch that, actually. I think I actually did a video on it as well. Subscribe and you can watch that. Yeah, he was way ahead of it. Unfortunately, they didn't have all of the leaks at that time. So, there was somebody of good conscience within WPATH who said, this is awful. I've got to tell the world what's happening. Of course, this, while you've got, the NHS now is completely redefining its transgender care, whatever that euphemism means. And they block puberty blockers. Sweden has done the same. They've banned puberty blockers for minors, obviously. Netherlands has done the same thing. But it's not really turning the dial in North America yet, in Canada or the United States. And, there's so many people that are complicit that it's going to take a little while. As more and more studies come out and as people are made more and more aware of the leaks that have come out from like WPATH, the pressure will be put up, but also the pressure will ramp up, but also the lawsuits. I think the lawsuits are probably what's going to do it. And when you already have detransitioners suing, and they're going to make massive money, obviously, because obviously a 14-year-old can't give informed consent to have their breasts cut off or to go on puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. It's fucking insane. But I think it's the lawsuits that will bring it down. And then it will go away quietly because there are so many people that are complicit, from, the top medical authorities to the media, to the social media companies, to the politicians. Trudeau is directly complicit in this. He's the one who passed, that was a Bill C4 in 2016 that made gender identity a part of the human rights code in Canada. Gender identity. So it was part of the, unbelievable. They called it the anti-conversion therapy bill, which made it so that you, and this Bill C4, so that it actually made it illegal to offer alternatives to puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, surgeries to, gender-confused children. It actually made it illegal to do it. Not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to say, maybe you're not born in the wrong body. Perhaps there's some other cause. Maybe there's some other trauma that we can deal with. You're not allowed to do that in Canada because of Trudeau, because of Justin Trudeau. Like, as bad as you thought Trudeau was, he's worse. However bad you think he is, he's worse than that. Anyway. Let's see. Bad Seed 828 said that skin was sold for thousands to make a penis. Well, I think it's their own skin. They use their own skin for that. Let's see. That's dark. Anti-pop. I've seen it. Radio. You're right. It's good. Are you talking about the show Dark? Because Dark was good. I would say there was probably in the 3 seasons, probably about at least 6 hours of Germans just staring at each other with confused or sad looks on their faces for like a really long time and not saying anything. I could say that's really my only complaint. Maybe it actually made it better. I don't know. All I know is that there were a lot of Germans staring at each other with confused expressions or sad expressions on their face for long periods of time, just kind of like the whole way through. But I still enjoyed the show. Antipop says, what's born in the wrong body? Yeah, I mean, this is a crucial question here, isn't it? What exactly does that fucking mean? Because on one hand, everything's fluid, right? Everything's a social construct. On the other hand, you got a 5-year-old they literally tell us the 5-year-old's born in the wrong body. Barbara Walters in a 60 Minutes thing talked about the girl who was born in the wrong body. Right? How does that how can it be that everything's a social construct and gender is fluid, yet you can be born in the wrong body? That makes no fucking sense. It's the duality of wokeness, right? Where you get to have your cake and eat it too all the time, right? You just pick and choose whichever one works for the moment. Well, right now, I want to believe that gender's fluid and gender's a social construct. Right now, I want to believe that actually, no, it's inherent and you're born with it and you can be born in the wrong body. Don't care. They don't care about the contradictions, apparently. Don't seem to care. They don't seem to. I think that they've been trained to not believe in objective reality is the thing. So it's just whatever suits the moment. Rogue Thought said, Biden just added trans identity to Title IX. I think I heard something about that. I didn't see much, just briefly I heard something about that. And it's a big mistake because it can be used to terrible effect, as we've seen in Canada. That's not even getting into like the women's sports and stuff like that. But it can be used to harm children. And that's the awful, awful truth about it. What do you guys think of this this setup I got for the live stream now, this format? Because as I said earlier, I couldn't go on Rumble Studio because it just didn't work. Because I guess, and I like Rumble Studio because it's really easy for me to get going. It's very little prep time for it. And it works great, and I'm really happy about the Rumble Studio that they brought that out. But it's still new, so there's bugs. And, I've noticed a few little bugs before, but never to the point where I couldn't actually use it. So I had to go back to my old streaming software, and fortunately it was still set up so I could get going pretty quick. So I don't know. I'm kind of wondering if I shouldn't just keep using that. I'm kind of liking it. What do you guys think? Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I like it. It's nice. Rogue Thought says, looks fine. RSN 40 says, keep it. I mean, they're not ringing endorsements there, is it? I mean, they're not ringing endorsements. Let's see. All right. Antipop says Rumble. Oh, so what should I? So I don't know. I got 3 saying it's fine, but not ringing endorsements. But then I got 1 saying Rumble. So I don't know. I mean, the thing I don't like is that when I try and use it, it doesn't work. That sucks. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm kind of digging this though, because you know what? Because in the Rumble one, the comments, I can't get them to go all the way down the screen, so they just kind of stay in the top part here. And with this one, they go all the way down. So I kind of do like that a bit more. All right. Let's see. So that's fucking horrible. Let's see what the internet has to say about this. This gender-affirming care is called a radial forearm free flap, which involves taking the skin, fat, nerves, arteries, and veins from the wrist to about halfway up to the forearm. Fuck, it's horrible. That flesh is then molded into a fake phallus, which is attached to the groin and has the urethra pulled through. All that so they can pee like a boy. Yeah, because they don't actually work, obviously, right? I mean, they don't work for the fun stuff. This means I'm a guy now, right? Doctor counting the money. Well, this is an enormous, it's an enormous industry, right? Like it's lifetime medicalization. Rogue Thought says Frankenstein care. It's exactly what it is. But it's permanent medicalization, and the surgeries are extremely profitable. Extremely profitable for the surgeons, for the doctors. It's just all around. I mean, I really need to do a deep dive. Somebody sent me something in the comments to one of my videos talking about how much money. I need to go back and look, and I think there was a link there. I need to do a deep dive. Maybe next week I'll do it on the live stream. I need to do a deep dive into just how much money it is over the course of a lifetime. Because you have to think it's possibly millions of dollars that insurance companies are paying out for these things. And again, it's a lifetime, right? And it's like repeat surgeries. It's not like they get these things done and then it's like, you know, the phalloplasty or whatever, and then it's all over. No, it's constant more surgeries over and over and over again. I mean, could it be the pharmaceutical companies as well? Obviously, you know, it's big money for them. Again, they have to use it for their whole lives. So could it be that there is, you know, unethical doctors and, you know, pharmaceutical companies? Is that possible? Have we learned anything over the last few years that might suggest that there might be some unethical practices going on? Well, here, could there be something wrong with my brain? No, it's my body that's wrong. Yeah. Seems like you might want to, you know, you might want to try every option possible before you start taking chemicals and cutting off parts of your body. Rogue Thought says, I think one D-Trans said it was near 2 million over a lifetime. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me at all. And I wouldn't be surprised if it costs even more than that. When you consider, I mean, sometimes they're having like dozens of surgeries. I mean, like you're cutting off a flap of skin off your body and turning it into sewing it back on somewhere else. I mean, come on. Obviously that's not natural, right? When you send your son to school in a blue state, terrifying. Let's see. Should be a crime in all 50 states. Parents and doctors should be locked up after this type of child abuse. Radio Streamer says, this is just convenience of medical industries making money, while in this woke moment in history, they are practically immune to legal action. Yes, this is communism destroying our youth and medical companies. Yeah. Well, it's obviously far leftist ideology. Far leftist. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're already seeing that one. Let's see. James Lindsay says, it's happening. Governor DeSantis signs legislation to strengthen Florida's curriculum to teach the history and dangers of communism. Yes, thank God. I mean, this is the greatest tragedy of the West, since the end of World War II, is that they just haven't taught about. It's all been the bad guys in Germany who were plenty bad, right? But we forgot about the other guys. Maybe it's because, in Europe, Germany was the enemy and the Soviets were the allies. But Hitler and Stalin, just take your pick in history's worst monsters. They were both insanely horrible. It's almost pointless to try and decide which one was worse when you have psychopaths of that level and that many people dying, right? But really, they were both enemies, right? You had one that was a friend of an ally of convenience with Stalin. But they were both damn evil. They both, if you want to talk about their own population, Stalin didn't discriminate. It was just everybody. It was a living nightmare for everybody. So for some reason, they forgot to teach about, Stalin and Mao and Pol Pot and Castro, the truth about them. Somehow they forgot to tell everybody. They forgot to tell the kids about this. How do you end up with stupid young people with, Che Guevara t-shirts, walking around with Che Guevara t-shirts? How do you end up with that? That's having a poor education. That's being historically illiterate. If you know anything about 20th century history, you're not going to walk around with a Chairman Mao patch on, right? You're not going to walk around with a hammer and sickle. If you know anything, there's two cases where somebody is false for the nonsense. You see somebody with a red star or something, or hammer and sickle, or I saw some mayoral candidate in Portland with a Chairman Mao skirt on. Either you're totally historically ignorant and illiterate, or you're evil. Because if you know anything about it, right, and you're a good person, you would say, oh, I don't want that, and I don't want that to happen to anybody else. I don't want that to happen to my family or my loved ones. If you're an evil person, you think, maybe I can get power from that. Maybe I can use it to get some power, and I don't care what happens to people. I don't care what happens to millions of people. So it's a tragedy that this should be a priority in school. The catastrophe that has been socialism and communism, genuine catastrophe that these have been for human beings, for 100 million, 120 million people in the last century. The catastrophe of it should be taught in school. It should be crucial. It should be important. They should know that every child knows. Yes, also teach them that Hitler was bad. Maybe also teach that Hitler was also a leftist. National Socialist Workers' Party. I don't know, maybe mention that. But what you really had in World War II was you had two different kinds of leftists fighting each other. That's not rare, by the way, right? Leftists are constantly fighting each other. Imagine the amount of suffering that could be prevented by just educating children properly, making sure that they are historically literate. Now we're in a tough spot because, the institutions have all been taken, especially the educational institutions have all been taken over by far-left lunatics, who they think that Lenin was a great guy. Even to the point where they say, well, some violence was necessary. Some violence, you mean millions of people? Do after the Bolshevik seizure of power, the peasants said that it was a second serfdom, right? So Bolsheviks were supposed to liberate the people, right? Liberate them from the, autocrats, from the Tsar Nicholas II. Supposed to liberate them, make them free, right? They called it a second serfdom. And they ironically called the Bolsheviks landlords. Does it get that? Okay, this is just the, a couple of years after the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik seizure of power. It didn't take long for people to figure out, this is bad. These are bad guys, right? They'd just gone from one kind of autocracy to another. Only the new one was even worse and determined to be completely totalitarian. These are things that people should know. Antipop says, break millions of eggs because I want a big omelet. Right. But there never is an omelet. That's the problem. You never get the omelet. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, my history teacher taught about fascism, communism, etc. Maybe I just had a good one and grew up in the 70s, 80s. Yeah, I mean, I was going to school in the 80s, and my teachers never said anything about communism, socialism. Talked about, did hear about the Nazis, but didn't hear anything else. That was I guess I had a bad education. But you had a good one, so that's good. I mean, I'm sure there are good teachers out there that do want to actually inform their students. Let's take a look at what Ron DeSantis is saying here. So he's going to strengthen Florida's curriculum to teach the history and dangers of communism. Great move.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thanks. I appreciate being back in Hialeah Gardens, especially on today at this museum, because today is, man, believe it or not, the 63rd anniversary of the Bay of Pigs. And so I know we have a lot of members from the brigade that are here. We obviously will commemorate many of them who are not be able to be with us today. And so that's something that's meaningful. That was a noble cause. We've seen what's happened on the island of Cuba over these many decades because of totalitarian ideology, communist ideology. And you've wrecked a society because of that tyranny. And I think the people from the brigade can speak to that better than anybody else. And so because of that anniversary, I think it's fitting that we're here talking about and signing the legislation that I'm going to speak about in just a minute. I do want to recognize the folks that we have with us today. We have our Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz from...
Okay, I didn't realize this was 44 minutes long. So obviously we're not going to watch the whole thing. Let's scoot it forward a little bit and see if it gets to the juicy stuff.
Used by communist activists and movements here in the United States and throughout. Even what I can just say is I didn't see people fleeing into Mao's China. I didn't see people fleeing into the Soviet Union. People are fleeing these regimes, and they fled.
Isn't that such a good point? You didn't see people fleeing into Mao's China or the Soviet Union. You did have a few useful idiots that did that, sure. But not many. It was not common. All right, let's actually I want to see what the people on X had to say about this. Cubans will rally behind this 100%, but you won't see any blue-green-haired folks cheering because the blue-green-haired folks have never lived under communism, so they don't know anything about it, and it's a failure of society to have educated them to what an abomination their ideology is. I mean, it's not like there's two sides of the story, It's just up to interpretation. No, it is an appalling ideology that just causes suffering. Period. There's no two sides to it. There's no argument there. Like, it's proven. Just pick up any 20th century history book that talks about it. You will find out. There's no way to spin it in a positive way. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Joe Biden in 2015 bragged that an unrelenting stream of immigration will make white people a minority. Sitting right next to him, now impeached DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Biden's border crisis is intentional. So, is Biden in this video, is he about to start spreading the great replacement theory? I thought that was racist. Let's hear it.
An unrelenting stream of immigration. Non-stop. Non-stop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing. That's a source of our strength.
Why do they keep telling us that that's that it's the great replacement theory conspiracy? I mean, he says that, and then people say, "Oh, Biden." Biden's saying that white people are going to be a minority, and that's a good thing. And then they scream, great replacement theory conspiracy theorist. No, I'm just repeating what Biden said. Conspiracy theorist, racist. Well, is Biden a racist? Is he a conspiracy theorist? Because that's what he said.
What does that mean?
It means that they're lying to us. It means that the media is lying to us desperately. Constantly. Val, Tick History Channel on YouTube has a very exhaustive set of videos just on Hitler, National Socialism, etc., and on how most of it is almost the same thing. Fills a lot of blanks on the education we missed. Now, I love Tick History Channel. I watch it. I don't watch it as much as I used to. I used to be addicted to the Stalingrad series that apparently almost made him go insane because it was so long. It's something like 160 hours. I don't know. It's massive. It took him years to do it. But yeah, I've seen some of those videos that you're talking about, and excellent. I would recommend that to anybody on the stream to check out Tick History. Really smart guy. He talks about how Hitler was a socialist, how the National Socialist Workers' Party were socialists. I don't know, it's kind of all in the name, isn't it? Anyway, thanks for that comment. Rogue Thought says, why is that a good thing? That's the question, isn't it? I think from the Democrat point of view, and I'm not sure that they're right about this, actually, and I think polling is showing that they may have miscalculated, but they think because it will keep Democrats in power forever. It'll turn the United States into a one-party state. I think that's what is in Biden's mind there. Good for him and for Democrats. Antipop says, I had an economics prof who I'm pretty sure was a commie. Probably. Professor, in economics, I'm not sure what the ratio is. Probably something like 30, 40 to 1, socialist. I mean, in the humanities, I think it's like now up to like something like 200 to 1 of left wing versus conservative. Crazy. Anyway, there you have Biden spreading the great replacement theory, the racist great replacement theory, conspiracy theory. There you go. In fact, I wonder if anybody has something to say about this. It does certainly look and feel intentional. Yeah. Oh man. It is crazy. You have events that are so massive. Like, for me, it's such an incredible scandal that you had Biden suing Texas to prevent them from putting up barriers to people trying to cross illegally into the United States. Like, how is that not the scandal of the century, right? Like, how is that not, like, stuff like this is just happening all the time now. Not only in the United States and Canada and Great Britain, like, stuff that's unthinkable, stuff that was unthinkable 20 years ago. Even 10 years ago. Could you have imagined of a president trying to sue a state to prevent them from putting up barriers to illegal immigration. Like, that is so insane. Like, just that one thing should be enough to destroy dozens of political careers permanently. Yet it's just the new normal. It's so bizarre. There's so many things. Child sex changes, right? That should be enough to destroy multiple political parties permanently, destroyed, never to be seen again. The media calls it gender affirming care. It's this Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act, that puts you in jail for life for a hate speech crime. You can let activists report you for something you said online and get $20,000 for it. And you'd be judged in a kangaroo court human rights tribunal who just finds everybody guilty. Like, all of these things are just unthinkable. These are all things that were just unthinkable in a liberal democracy not that long ago. But they're just normal now. It's all the time. This is Black Mirror or Twilight Zone or alternate universe stuff. Constantly. I mean, I have to keep reminding myself that none of this is normal, right? And it's not just that it's not normal, it's unthinkable. Yeah, Val says both the Hitler tards and lefties attack Tick. That's Tick History. Great channel. Saying Hitler wasn't a socialist. So he went overboard, proving it in many vids. Funny stuff. Yeah, it's great. Again, I super recommend Tick History to everybody out there. He's really good, really knowledgeable, really well researched. RSN 40 says child sex changes are our strength. Yeah, they keep telling us things are our strength that don't really feel like our strength. A couple of months ago, or maybe a month and a half ago, Trudeau was in an interview where he was talking about how, it's his job to convince Canadians how beneficial mass immigration was into the country. Well, he was bringing in 1 million people in 9 months, while everybody was saying, hold on, it's too much now. We can't handle this many people. Wasn't a racism thing. Nobody did a racism, right? It was just clearly our country can't handle this many people. The infrastructure can't handle it. There's not enough housing. Law of supply and demand is really is working overtime here. Nobody can afford anything. Young people can't afford to buy a house or an apartment or anything. People are feeling destitute and desperate. So while that's happening, he's having an interview saying that his job is to convince Canadians of the benefits of all the millions and millions and millions of people that he keeps pouring into the country. It's our strength. It's our strength. It's our strength as Canadians. Now, all this stuff they keep telling us is our strength. It doesn't feel like it's our strength. The decades now we've been told that we need all this immigration because otherwise the economy is going to fall apart and everything's going to be terrible. And I don't know, everything fell apart and everything's terrible. So you were lying, I guess. They were just lying because we didn't get what they promised. It kind of feels like things would be better if they hadn't done it. In fact, it's certain things would have been better if they hadn't done it, but they just keep lying over and over and over again, telling us the same fairy tales over and over and over again. It looks like finally in Canada, it's like finally people have woken up and don't believe it anymore and are much less concerned with being called racist. Because we know they're going to call you that anyway, no matter what the hell you do. I mean, they literally have a word, whiteness. Just think about that. Think about of all the most unbelievable things that are happening, they have a word, whiteness. This is used in the media. This is used by professors, right? This is politicians use it. This word, whiteness. Whiteness. We saw We saw the Scottish First Minister, white. They've got a word, whiteness. And that word describes, that's a word used to describe all of the evils of the world and all of world history. Like we've kind of been down this road before, haven't we? With like collective guilt, you know, and like what is obviously race essentialism. Like we've kind of been down this road before, right? Like we kind of know where all this goes, don't we? When you have one group of people and you blame them, you say they are uniquely guilty and responsible for all of the world's ills now and historically forever. And you make absurd claims about this one group of people. They invented slavery, apparently. I mean, you can believe that if you're totally historically illiterate. They can say absurd things like white people invented punctuality. Like nobody was ever on time before anywhere in the world before white people came along. And they wouldn't be now because we forced them to do it. Or, I mean, one of the most bizarre is the nuclear family. This is part of whiteness. The nuclear family. Apparently white people invented that. And we just forced everybody else to do it. I mean, it's so bizarre and insane. Whiteness. Usually, Rogue Thought says, usually ends with a lot of suffering and graves. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of thinking doesn't turn out well. We know, like if you know, like we just have all of world history to go off. That's all. Anyway, what else we got here? All right, let's keep moving. 3 hours and 6 minutes in. Will we go 5 hours tonight? That's the question. Unfortunately, I had to start an hour late because of the damn Rumble studio. But if we have to, if you guys hang around, we'll keep going. All right, maybe we'll save this one for later. Maybe we'll find something. Maybe we'll save that one. I want to find something a little more lighthearted. Do you know what I want? I know Antipop's been waiting for this all night. Are you still there, Antipop? I've got something special for you. Something that I know you'll appreciate. Where is it? There we go. What are we going to do? All right. This is actually my favorite part of the whole show. I think you guys know what's coming, but I've added, I added a couple of new effects to the soundboard. So this one I think is going to be a special treat. Okay, hold on. We have to turn off the volume. Let's start over again. Let's go again. That was so fun. We're going to do that just exactly the same. You shall not pass! That was nice.
Was she a great big fat person?
Yes, she was a great big fat person. Silence of the Lambs. Yes, she was. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if this is like a trans thing, like a drag queen thing. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that there's a big fat lady rolling around on the stage, and I am here for it. Here for it, I tell you. I know you guys are going to have something to say about this. Now, I think that, interestingly, as it turns out, that's just how she moves. Apparently, she can't walk. So she's just trying to get off the stage there, I think. I think that's what's happening. That's what I heard. Because she can't walk because of all that healthy at any size. I guess the question is it a drag queen or is it just a big fat lady? I don't know. I'm not sure. All I know is that I want to do that one more time.
You shall not pass!
Oh, it's my favorite part of the night, every night. It's juvenile. I know it is. Maybe I'm a bad person. I don't know. But all I know is that I think it's funny. Uh-oh, Rogue Thought says, if she says I can't breathe, I might believe it this time. Yikes. Rogue Thought says, push it back into the sea. What? RSN 40 says, simply, and I think echoing many of our sentiment here, but simply yuck. Antipop says a tank of water would help. What? Oh no, there was underwear in there someplace. One more time. We worked so hard tonight. We deserve this.
Was she a great big fat person?
That never gets old. Never. I'm glad I could be here for you guys to give you that. All right. Let's go back up again. We still got a shitload of stuff to go through. Fuck, we better start moving a little quicker. All right. This person has a message for women who are voting Republican in the next election. Uh-oh. Hope you guys aren't voting Republican, because this lady's got something to say about it. And I don't know, maybe it'll even change your mind. Let's see.
If you are a woman and you are voting Republican, I don't care what your beliefs are. I just don't care what your beliefs are about anything else in the country. But if you're a woman and you're voting a Republican, fuck you. If you are a woman...
I guess she hasn't gotten punched in the face in New York yet. Perhaps. Although she'd probably blame that on Republicans too. Also, they tend to just be gross like that too. They tend to be gross people like this with the purple hair. You know, I guess like there's a time to grow out of purple hair, isn't there? You know, I mean, I guess that's the thing. If you're still like dyeing your hair purple, you got the dyke cut and you're dyeing it purple, and you know, you probably are still fairly childish, right? You're probably still a child with a child's mentality. And I guess that would explain things. All I would say is go to New York City, get punched in the face, and you might change your mind. It's almost like they want to have, it's almost like they want to live in like a chaotic, dangerous environment. It's very strange. Let's see, already been on that one. Let's see, what's this? Well, what is this? According to the experts, pretend finance minister Chrystia Freeland is a disingenuous liar because the 2024 budget isn't about fairness. It's her communist government's first attack on the upper middle class. Yeah, they're thieves. Like, when Mao was running around in the countryside at the beginning of the communist movement in China, they were called communist bandits because they would just steal. They would just go into a town and just take everything. They were called communist bandits, right? Communists have often been called bandits throughout history because they just steal. That's all they know how to do. Obviously, their economic system doesn't work, so they just have to plunder and steal. Let's hear this.
People are going to be. Derek, why don't you lean a little bit more into that concern that you've felt in reaction to this update from the federal government?
Sure. Okay. So good starting point, John. So let's start backwards here. We need faster productivity growth. To get that, we need more investment. And in order to get more investment, we need to generate savings and or go into deeper hawk to external creditors. And so generating domestic savings is extremely important, and we're not very good at that. The relatively few who do save are the relatively upper income households. The lower bottom three quintiles and on an income distribution basis dissave on net. And so what we're doing here is going after the people who are generating the savings that could back investment and back productivity gains. Those upper income cohorts are the ones that indeed hold the capital gains, but what we're doing now is compounding government taxation at every single stage of the value creation chain. And so think about it, when you pay taxes upon your workforce earnings and invest them, the after-tax earnings in a company, you hope to generate some profits out of that company and some capital gains. The company gets taxed. The company invests some of those after-tax earnings in things that they hope will generate capital gains that are now going to be taxed at a higher rate. Going forward, anything that's left over gets distributed to shareholders either through dividends and or capital gains themselves, and now people are going to be taxed yet again. So this whole fairness argument is extremely misleading. It is an extremely unfair method of taxation to compound the taxation at every single stage of the investment process. And what Canada has done here is made itself severely less competitive compared to other jurisdictions. We will have among the highest capital gains tax rates anywhere in the world after we've already lost our corporate tax advantage compared to the United States about 6 years ago. That's no way to generate investment, savings, and productivity.
So just to lean more into that, like what?
Oh, so stealing more of people's money. That is apparently bad for the economy. Apparently it's bad for business. Oh, well, that's a shocker, isn't it? Scotiabank's VP and head of capital markets economics, Scotiabank's VP and head of capital markets economics, Derek Holt, ripped the Trudeau government's 2024 budget into shreds today on BNN Bloomberg because the new tax on capital gains is an extremely unfair method of taxation that compounds tax on the investment process, which will ultimately lead to a low standard of living for Canadians, along with the population trap that we're currently in. Yeah, it's a disaster. And of course, in the budget, though, I mean, Trudeau, he needs to spend more to try and buy support. So what else is he going to do? Doesn't care about Canada, obviously. Anyway, let's see. It's all being done on purpose. Not to mention all the investment that will be leaving Canada, as well as disinterested in coming here in the first place. That will be bad for the economy. That means less revenue. That will actually, the attempt to just scramble and grab as much money as possible will end up causing less revenue for the government long term because investment will leave. People take their money out of the country. And Even an idiot like Trudeau should know that. What is this? A TikToker posts a video dance celebrating the Iranian attacks on Israel. See, this is TikTok. This is TikTok. This is why TikTok is destroying the world. Because it's just anything that is anti-Western is being promoted. Apparently, conservatives can't stay on TikTok for more than like a day before they get kicked off. Anything that might be positive or looking positively at the West, or has anything with any kind of decent moral foundation, immediately banned. This is what you get. But you know what she gets?
Was she a great big fat person?
As a matter of fact, she was. She's dancing right now. And she deserved it too. All right, you guys got to give me a break for 1 second. I've been going 3 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah, I need to take 1 minute. 1 minute, you guys, and I'll be right back, okay? All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're back. You know, there's something going on with YouTube. I got one viewer on YouTube apparently right now. I got 36 on Rumble, but I got twice as many subscribers on YouTube. There's obviously something going on, right? Obviously something going on. Anyway, I won't go on about that too much. All right, what's going on here? Actually, we'll get back to her later. This is just hilarious. I just want to show you guys this. This is really funny.
So into the final minute and Olive in possession, but this is where Mabel is strong, chasing the game, using that intensity. We saw it in the semi-final, staring at a slightly torn cloth rabbit for over 7.5 minutes. And perhaps a few signs of overconfidence from her rival, a bit of showboating. Needs to be careful. And there's the change from the classic hold, still placed on the outside though, great technique. And a glance at the youngster who shows little emotion, but her mind will be empty. 20 seconds to go now. Olive closing in on victory and that coveted prize of being told she's a very good dog. One paw to control and a switch. Now Mabel sensing this might be a chance, still waiting, still believing. And you wonder what Olive is doing here. Only has to hold on. Going to the upright though, high tariff with no opposable thumbs, high risk at this stage. And it's gone and Mabel takes it. No mercy from the younger dog, who takes this victory just as time runs out. A famous win built on patience and sheer belief. For Olive, only thoughts of what might have been, but only herself to blame. She's given this one away, and that will hurt most of all. Bad dog.
That was awesome. I love that. Fantastic stuff. That's just what we needed. All right. Yeah, Radio Streamer says this is gold. It is. That's just fun. That's the best of the internet right there. All right, so this is what happens in China if you speak out. Total police state. It's happening in the U.S. too. So what is going on here? This is just shocking to me. 2 police officers and a mental health professional showed up at this man's house in Britain after he posted, "Christians need to stand up," following what happened to Bishop Maher Emmanuel, police state. So a bishop who was stabbed by an Islamist. He posted, "Christians need to stand up," and then this is what happened to him in Britain. See if we can get this a little bit bigger. Okay, I guess that's better. All right, let's listen to this. This is just, this is Orwellian.
Hello, my name's Sean. I'm a senior nurse. I work for the NHS.
Yep. Name and number, please, mate.
Yeah, PC Green, Echo Bravo 428.
John Joe, PC Turner, Hastings Police Station,
Thank you.
959.
So what's this about then?
So it was just a few
I won't film it,
concerns.
I'll just get it recorded.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just a few concerns.
It's smelly right now, sorry.
It's alright.
He's like a mop, he just picks everything up.
He's lovely. What's his name?
Klaus. So why are you here today, sorry? No, you can all sit down, it's not a problem. You've literally just missed the missus and that. They've gone out like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. So what's the issue?
So it was just to, obviously what we've been told, that you might have a few concerns, a few things that are bothering you at the moment.
Yeah.
Whether there's
That's
anything...
bothering everyone else in the country right now. So what are the concerns you're here for? Because this is religious discrimination right now, Because you wouldn't be knocking on Muslims' doors if they had this conversation. Because I already know why you're here. So this is religious.
Why do you think we're here?
I don't know. What's the priest told you?
They're just... People have raised concerns.
What concerns?
About your views.
What views?
That you've got concerns about what's going on in Australia.
Yes.
People have raised concerns about your views. People have raised concern about your views. Let's hear that one more time.
Bothering everyone else in the country right now. So what are the concerns you're here for? Because this is religious discrimination right now, Because you wouldn't be knocking on Muslims' doors if they had this conversation. Because I already know why you're here. So this is religious.
Why do you think we're here?
I don't know. What's the priest told you?
They're just... People have raised concerns.
What concerns?
About your views.
What views?
That you've got concerns about what's going on in Australia.
Yeah, so...
People have raised concerns about your views. That is chilling. And that's that's the intention here. It's supposed to be chilling. It's intimidation. It's like, that's a bit of wrong think. You've had too much to think, sir.
I'm an Orthodox Christian. Now you've turned up at my house because I went and see my priest. So I'm going to get you all on film because this is going straight to my solicitor.
So what are your concerns? Is there anything that we can help with?
No, firstly, I don't mean any disrespect to any of you. I don't want to sound abrupt here. If you can tell me why you're here.
So I think, as PC Sams explains, so there was a report about some beliefs being expressed. So the reason I'm here is because I work for the NHS, and if you're willing, I'm happy to talk and listen with you
that's
about
fine.
if you've got any concerns about your well-being.
No, I'm fine. I'm
so
fine. Klaus, out. Sorry.
That's
No,
okay.
because he's just jarring otherwise. You can sit down, mate. It's not an issue.
So my understanding is, now I'm not a police officer, I'm a nurse, so my understanding is...
So because I've questioned about the church not acting on the behalf of Christians, you're now turning up here with mental health nurses, assuming that I'm some right-wing nutter.
So no one assumes anything. Can I explain my point of view? And you're happy, I'm happy to...
No, that's fine,
So-
because I
So, I mean, that's what the end of your civilization looks like, I think. You know, and keep in mind, they've had a conservative government for, I think, 14 years. There now, conservative government, and that's what you've got. This is why, you know, I'm not naive going into the next election. I mean, I am cautiously optimistic about Pierre Poilievre, right? That he's going to get rid of the censorship bullshit. I'm not naive about it because I look over the pond, as they say, and see this horrifying, chilling shit. I mean, they're all being very nice, but the message is, you've had too much to think, sir. People are concerned about your thoughts. Doesn't matter how nice they are. The message is the message. It's shut up. It's shut up. You're a Christian. You're not allowed to talk. If you're not a Christian, you can take over the streets chanting at what many think is a call to genocide, river to the sea, and that's fine. No problem. Nobody's going to visit anybody's house then, right? But he's a Christian, so that's different. And look, I'm not a religious man myself, right? But I know when something is unjust. I know when I'm seeing something that's unjust, and I know when I'm seeing double standards. And I know when I see suicidal lunacy. You know, I saw a British guy get arrested for carrying a Union Jack at a protest. A Union Jack, their own flag. Conservative government, 14 years. That's what they've gotten. That's what British conservatives have gotten. They must be absolutely furious, right? I mean, apparently the Labour is going to win in a landslide in the next election because not because conservatives are voting for them. They're just not going to show up. They are so disheartened by what they've seen. You know, I think it's tragic. These cops and the health professional are obviously useful idiots, clearly. They are clearly there to intimidate. And I will say that Churchill is rolling in his grave right now, obviously. He wouldn't have been able to believe it if he'd seen stuff like this. So yeah, this is chilling. This is chilling. This is the end of a great civilization, is what this is. And I think it's tragic. I think it's tragic. All right, what's going on with this dingbat? Let's see. Libs of TikTok. People are now identifying as gender season. Gender season. Do you guys feel like a season today? Or maybe you feel like like spring in the morning and then winter at night, maybe? I guess that would make sense. Which means your gender is connected to and can change depending on the season. We have a serious mental health crisis in this country. Are they just confusing mood with gender? Is that what it is? Like, is this desperate attempt to seem different or ultimately oppressed, right? Because the only people that aren't oppressed, apparently, are straight white men. So you don't want to be that. And you definitely don't want to be what they call cisgender. which none of us voted on that, by the way. Nobody asked us about this whole cisgender thing. They just decided that's what we are now. I reject it entirely, of course, because I think it's retarded. But gender season. They seem to be confusing just like personality or mood for gender so that they can get in on some of the oppression bucks, you know? Being white's bad. You don't want to be white. You definitely don't want to be straight. That's the worst of all. That's the most oppressive thing, is white and straight. So you've got to be something else. So you just take your moods and you pretend that they're a bunch of different genders, almost like different personalities, when it's just your mood. And then you just call that, and then you call yourself gender season. Because you got to get those oppression bucks, right? You got to be oppressed. If you say you're non-binary or something, now you're part of the oppressed class, right? Oppression is the coin of the realm now. You got to have it. Because nobody wants to be an oppressor. Nobody wants that. You know, it's very enticing for stupid people with no personality or talents whatsoever. For people that have absolutely nothing to offer the world. You can just, you know, you can just adopt a personality. I'm gender season. Aren't I interesting? I'm not sure you are. I'm not sure that you are. Anyway, let's have a look at what this obvious dingbat has to say.
Did you know, however, there is a gender identity that is linked to the seasons? This is called gender season. And this is a gender identity I've only just learnt about. It's a micro identity. It's not an identity that I have ever heard discussed before. It's a new one for me. Gender season is an individual who explores their gender identity in relation to a season or all the seasons. So this might be somebody whose gender expression and identity is linked to one season. So for example, winter. Or this might be somebody whose gender identity and expression changes depending on the season. Did you know, however, there is a gender identity that is linked to the seasons? This is called...
So let's see. You might the way you feel might change based on the seasons. Huh, I've never heard of that before. So you might feel a little bit different when summer comes along than you do in the middle of dark, rainy, stormy winter. Well, that's fantastic. Wow. I mean, what a discovery this person's made. You know, it must be some sort of special gender. You know, I guess, what if, like, when you're cold, there must be a gender for that, right? These are just boring people with no talent and nothing interesting about themselves who are just latching onto this thing that gives them an insta personality. I don't know. I mean, what can we even say about this? Let's see. Rogue Thought says hours of indoctrination each day does this. Yeah. But I mean, it's such an easy thing for them to fall into, right? Because it's like being interesting or being accomplished, being good at things, for instance, being noticed because you're a great musician, for instance, is hard. It takes a lot of work. Right? Being knowledgeable about something is hard. It takes a lot of work. And if people don't want to do the work, well, here's something for them. Dye your hair red and call yourself gender season. I love how, like, I keep seeing these videos of people who discovered what they are, you know, so they just heard a new word. One was like apagender, some guy, apagender. And apagender is apathetic gender, so just somebody who's apathetic, you know? And it was wonderful because he discovered that his entire life, he's always been this word he just heard 5 minutes ago, this made-up word he just heard 5 minutes ago. And they seem to take it quite seriously. Like, will any of these people ever write like a novel or something? Or like a good song? Or just do anything that anybody might find useful? Other than just navel gazing and trying to make themselves more interesting by coming up with more and more absurd definitions of themselves. This is called sad. What about pathetic gender? Not apathetic gender, pathetic gender. I wonder if anybody has something to say about this. Let's see. It's a gender I just heard about when someone else in the psych ward showed me her Mad Libs result. Oh my God, it keeps getting worse. But it just keeps getting more banal is the thing. Like, it keeps getting more boring as they just keep searching for something to make them different, slightly different from all of the other weirdos. I have to be different. The more different I am, the more oppressed I am. And that's good. Being oppressed is good. Not being oppressed is bad. Radio Streamer says, I have no core identity is all I hear at this point. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too. That's an excellent point. If the devil made flags. Yeah. These people are just starving for attention, so they're trying to get it by rebelling against societal norms. Why do you think they dye their hair like that? It's all a symptom of the same condition. Some therapy for this person would be a good step in the right direction. You know what would be a good step is just everybody saying, we don't care. We don't care. If just the fad being over. Just what would benefit this person is there being no profit in it for them, right? If it just became passé and boring, if people made fun of it, people her own age made fun of it, that would be it. She'd be cured. Reset to factory mode. They all live in the land of make-believe. All genders and pronouns welcome. Land of make-believe park. That's pretty good. It must be so exhausting living in that world. Well, it seems like these people, all they think about is themselves. Like, it's just pure narcissism. It's just all navel-gazing, right? So that must be, I mean, aside from just being psychologically damaging, it must be exhausting being in a world of nothing, essentially. Just this make-believe world. It doesn't accomplish anything. You don't accomplish anything by it, right? It's also quite confusing because it's full of all kinds of incoherent nonsense. And contradictions. That's the word I was looking for. It's full of contradictions. Again, the whole, well, what, are you born in the wrong body or is everything a social construct? Can't be both. You can't have both of those. It's got to be one or the other. All right. Let's keep going. Okay, this is interesting. And it's 12 minutes. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing unless you guys want to. But Brett Weinstein talks to Tucker Carlson and unravels the plot. China is operating a covert war on the United States. Most of our leadership is compromised. A long demoralization campaign is finally bearing fruit. The feminization of our men, the tearing down of our history and values, importing the third world, COVID, military purge, spy balloon. America is on the brink. When do we realize we are at war? Yes, and that woman that we just looked at, she is part of the fruits of China's labor, right? Creating basically useless people. And people that are unlikely to ever reproduce. So let's hear this.
That there is an invasion taking place. You know, it's not a sleeper cell because it's on the move, but I started to think of them as sleepwalkers. And there's also a massive migration, and the migration is causing us to have difficulty discussing the invasion, which is a distinct phenomenon.
And different simply from desperate peasants from poor countries coming here for work.
There was no desperation in evidence, and Michael also gave us a video, which I can't establish the origin of, but it is a Chinese cartoon set to happy music of a migrant moving through Central America, changing modes of transportation, and it basically indicates here's the route you will travel. Now, was it produced by the CCP? I can't be certain of that, but that certainly is suggested that this is a message about how to make this journey. For what purpose, I don't know. But I do not believe that the people I encountered had left China without the knowledge of their government. I believe their government has some reason to have facilitated.
But the administration must be aware of this.
Our administration?
Yes.
It is, but here's the problem I've been wrestling with. It used to be that.
So he actually went down to the Darien Gap with a bunch of other guys. I think, did Michael Yon go with him? I'm not sure. He went down with a bunch of other guys to the Darien Gap. And there's a video. I actually made a video about that. Subscribe to the channel, and you can try and dig that video out somewhere. It's a few months old. And, you know, he reported that it was clearly all organized, and it was all set up by NGOs. And this was it was like a conveyor belt. You know, there was clearly a plan. There were facilities set up. There was specifically for Chinese set up for people. So there was nothing chaotic or disorganized about it. This was clearly a machine that was at work to just pour as many people into the United States as possible. So I encourage you to watch that video, by the way. Let's keep going.
It was hard to convince people that our system was deeply corrupt. Back in the days when those of us who were focused on this issue used to talk about campaign finance reform, right? It was a problem, you know, that you could grapple with. It was of that scale. Now it's like a whole different level of corruption, right? And here's the question that I've never heard a good answer to. What stops our enemies internationally from buying influence over our system in the same way that corporations do and did? I can't think of anything, and I've never heard
patriotism.
Right.
Sorry, just kidding.
I don't think there is any such safeguard. And if there is such a safeguard, I would like to know how often it has been triggered. Certainly our enemies will have noticed that we have a system that's pay for play. And it's certainly, I mean, it's perfectly in keeping with Sun Tzu, at the very least. It would be far cheaper, easier, safer from their perspective to persuade us to harm ourselves than to go to war with us. So again, I don't know. I'm a biologist. This is not my.
Well, you're an observer of things. That's what the study of biology is, right?
It is, and unfortunately, this is the most parsimonious explanation for what I've seen now, is that somebody has persuaded us to endorse a policy that is decidedly not in our interest.
Doubtless you have seen Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois' comment.
So, so it's an obvious question, right? You know, the policy, like, for instance, we talked earlier, we talked about how Biden was suing Texas, I think still suing them, to prevent them from putting up barriers or having barriers, razor wire, that sort of thing, along their border to prevent people from crossing the border illegally, right? So what is the main goal there? You know, obviously one would be just simply to try and turn the country into a one-party state, right? People that you think will vote for you. You get the people in, naturalize them, turn them into citizens, get them voting. Or maybe even just, try and change the law so that non-citizens can vote. I mean, is that a stretch to imagine that they would want to do that? I don't think it is. Is there some sort of, really deeply set Chinese influence not only in the United States government, but in the Canadian government. We know in Canada that, there's an inquiry on it, right? Chinese interference in our elections. What about, UK? What about every Western country? Is there some deep set, powerful influence campaign, heavily financed? Because it seems like a lot of the things our governments are doing are deeply illogical. I mean, they're certainly not for the benefit of the people, right? Like, you can't look at what Western country can you look at and say people are better off than they were, 10 years ago today? Certainly, 20 years ago. Can you name one? I don't think so. Anyway, let's continue.
In the Senate where you said, hey, we should let people who came here illegally join the U.S. military. What does that make you think?
Well, this makes me think back to the COVID crisis and some thoughts that I was developing then about the insanity of throwing highly trained people, in many cases, out of the U.S. military for refusing to take the so-called vaccines. Now, my sense at the time was that likely had the purpose of getting rid of the kinds of people who refuse moral orders.
That's right.
And that it created a much more compliant force. Now, what happens if migrants are given citizenship in exchange for military service in the U.S. military? That seems to create a major hazard, because the perverse incentives for a migrant and the lack of allegiance to fundamental American values means that would be just the kind of force that could be used to impose tyranny on other Americans.
Well, what you have then is a mercenary force who's loyal to whoever is paying them, right? Not to the, founding principles of your country. It's just a mercenary force at that point.
Because they would have, no history with us that would cause them to think twice.
We've seen this before with the Roman legions. That's exactly my conclusion. Does that sound like a crazy conclusion?
I think we have to stop punishing ourselves for considering things that once seemed crazy. The pattern of recent history.
I'm sorry, I want to repeat that. I think we have to stop punishing ourselves for considering things that once seemed crazy.
Yep.
Getting that tattoo.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where we are, and it is, it's causing me to do something that I'm reluctant to do. My training is as a scientist, and scientists...
Just want to bust in here for a second, but that kind of echoes what we were talking about earlier. Just things that seem crazy, right? But now they're just normal. It's all around us. We're surrounded by things that seem crazy, but they're actually happening, and we know they're happening. And powerful people, the media, the people, teleprompter readers, are fully in support of them, saying it's a great thing. Politicians are fully in support of them. It's a great thing. Trudeau was fully in support of absolutely crazy things. But not that long ago, they would have seemed totally wild, totally ridiculous. Again, Trudeau is absolutely determined to give as many Canadian children sex change surgeries as he can. That's crazy. But we're surrounded by crazy now. Anyway, let's continue.
Have to have a substantial degree of caution and self-skepticism to do the work. But in order even to reach the possibilities that do fully explain what we're seeing, we have to be ready to consider the larger picture. Now, I was talking to Chris Martinson while we were in Panama. We were on our last day trying to just unpack what we had seen and what it meant to us. Chris is also a scientist, and people can check this out on the Dark Horse Locals community. We've posted the entire conversation in which he and I reached some, I think we spooked ourselves, trying to reason through what this might be. And he reminded me of the massive number of surplus males that China now has as a result.
I was thinking the exact same thing as a result of the one-child policy.
The one-child policy. Now, here's the part that I suddenly realized as soon as he reminded me of that. I wrote an essay years ago about the one-child policy and the paradox of a heavy bias in favor of males. And the reason that this is a paradox is that there's a principle in evolution well understood. It's the result of the work of a guy named Ronald Fisher. And what Fisher realized was that although males and females can be very different in how many offspring they produce, and because a male could produce thousands of offspring in a lifetime and a female, if we're talking about humans, could, I think the maximum is something impressive like 60, but nonetheless, because males can produce a lot more, it seems that it might be evolutionarily advantageous to be one. But it's not, because for every overperforming male, there's an underperforming male, or at least one. And the result is that sex ratios, no matter how different males and females are in their maximum reproductive capacity, they tend to default to 1-to-1. If you have a society that has too many females, you should produce a male. And if you have a society with too many males, you should produce a female, which tends to balance these things out. That logic should have applied to China. The fact is there were lots of excess males. And if you put yourself in the mindset of a Chinese person having a child, if there are too many males, you should want to produce a female. A male is very unlikely to find a mate. A female is certain to find one, and what's more, she has her pick of the litter.
Yes.
So that logic should have caused the sex ratio to return to 50-50, and yet it did not, which caused me all those years ago when I wrote this piece to wonder if there wasn't another evolutionary force in play. If evolution did not have a mechanism for producing armies, that when a country was in a position to expand, that producing excess males does pay off at a lineage level, that excess males who have no reproductive prospects at home become an effective weapon against neighboring populations. So I can't believe that that did not occur to me as I was preparing for this trip, but it has occurred to me now. I guess it didn't occur to me because when I wrote that all those years ago, I was expecting to see evidence that this was turning into a military force, and I didn't see it. So I stopped thinking about it. But now I wonder if that isn't exactly right, and if what happened is that a male-biased population in China was produced as a weapon, and if that weapon is now being deployed. And it reminded me...
So that's kind of terrifying, right? Got to understand when you're dealing with totalitarian states, especially, far leftist states like China, is that they have a different perspective on the world, right? And the people obviously have no voice in China. They have no say in what happens to them, right? And if you're coming from a collectivist mindset, well, people are just... interchangeable work units, labor units, or military units, whatever. You're just part of this faceless mass. You don't matter. You as an individual doesn't matter. Your feelings, your hopes, your desires, they don't matter. What you want doesn't matter, right? The government will do with you as they want. This is just a cursory view of 20th century history will show you this, right? So you pretty much have to do what you're told, and you're trained to not care about your own needs, right? You're trained to not care about what you want or your fate. You are Rogue Thought. You are a cog in a machine. Just completed that for me perfectly. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you're a cog in a machine. You're faceless. It doesn't matter. So this point that he's bringing up, that all of these military-aged men pouring across the border from what is a self-described enemy? I mean, that has some pretty dark connotations to it, doesn't it? It's the sort of thing that you'd think a government might actually give a shit about, might care about, might consider that might be perhaps a national security risk or threat. That's in a sane world, obviously. Anyway, we might as well go to the end. We've only got a few minutes left.
Of how many things in our society have had their purpose inverted, right? Universities used to exist to make young people smarter and more analytically capable. Universities now make people stupider and convince them of things that just simply aren't true.
Yes.
Newspapers used to help us understand what the facts were about events that were taking place that involve us. Now newspapers obscure the facts from us. They're the last to report the news after we embarrass them into doing it. So this structure that once was a testament to the achievement of the Panama.
When it comes to like news anchors, like the evening news, they might as well just get rid of them and just show us the teleprompter. Because it's not like they're journalists, right? They're just reading what's on the teleprompter. You know, they'll just read whatever's on it. And they'll do it with a smile on their face or with concern on their face if that's what the producer tells them. You know, with more feeling this time, more feeling this time. Right? So, unfortunately, that's where we've gotten to. I mean, we just have kind of the worst case of it in Canada is the CBC, which is just Liberal Party stenographers at this point. Obviously, funded to the tune of, I think now, he keeps giving them more and more money. Trudeau does, of course. I think to the tune of, $1.5 billion now. How much does it cost to buy the loyalty of a media company? Well, in Canada, it's about 1.5 billion, I guess. I've actually seen some surprisingly fair journalism from some of the usual suspects, actually, from like the Globe and Mail has actually done, you know, I mean, they are still slanted and biased, but not bad. I mean, we see stuff from, there's a couple of things. I mean, they broke the, they got the leak from the, originally from the Chinese interference story, the Globe and Mail. We just saw the Toronto Star publish something critical of the new budget. The National Post, I think, generally does a decent job, even though a lot of the time you could maybe say they're nominally conservative and definitely averse to risk. But in any case, yeah, it was just elaborating on his point there a little bit.
Canal and the importance of protecting the Panama Canal is now involved in what looks like obvious subterfuge against American interests, right? An organization that is dedicated to facilitating migration without asking Americans, without there being any plan at all for how the well-being of these people is going to be financed, that their office, IOM, is sitting, if this building, U.S. Army South, at the Las Flores Locks, is it's like a person, and at that person's left knee is the IOM looking out at the Bridge of the Americas, which when I was there was the only way to cross the Panama Canal. Right? It's almost the exact inversion of what these structures were built for. And how many times do you have to see the inversion of something to begin to get the sense that something has taken over our system and it's become sick? In any case, yes, the West appears to be sick with an infection. And again, I don't want to drag you into too much biology, but everybody knows what a parasite is. There's also something called a parasitoid. And a parasitoid is a parasite that kills its host in the process of doing its job. And I'm concerned that we may have a parasitoid that is actually at least indifferent to the destruction of the United States and the West and is acting accordingly.
So I know it's become your life's work or part of your life's work to figure out what exactly.
Parasitoid? Is that what he said? Does that rhyme with Trudeau? I think it might.
That entity is. Are you any closer?
I suppose I am. I mean, maybe I'm part way, and that part involves I now look at a map with much more skepticism that I understand what it means. That we have become so accustomed to looking at something like a nation, like China, and thinking of it as an entity that behaves in some way, and something about the ease with which various power structures interact suggests that I don't understand why my government is behaving in a way that seems to be sabotaging the interests of average Americans, but it is, undeniably. It seems to be acting on behalf of our enemies.
Well, it's globalism, ultimately, isn't it? The far left likes it because they're the no borders crowd. And then, massive international corporations, multinational corporations like it because they can move their manufacturing around, move their jobs around, and look for the cheapest prices. It's globalism. And apparently it doesn't matter what the people in the countries involved in this think. At least it hasn't really so far, has it? And, when we see what's been happening to Trump, we see what happens to anybody who tries to disrupt that. And clearly, I mean, if you just thought that Trump was part of the, just another politician, I'm not saying that he's a messiah. All right. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that if you think he's just part of the machine, he's clearly not. I mean, they've never gone after anybody the way they've gone after him. All right. Clearly, he's doing something that they don't like. And by they, I guess I'm talking about certainly the globalist forces, absolutely them. I think probably you could easily say, the military-industrial complex probably doesn't like it much either. But he's clearly doing something to piss off a lot of very powerful people. So I think at this point, we can say, I think it's beyond doubt now, right? He's clearly not part of the machine. The machine is trying to kill him. Let's see what else we got here. We're 4 hours in. Wow. Okay, so this was interesting. Let's see if they've got the original video here. So this is that lunatic that was threatening to kill the council members in the city. I can't remember exactly the details. Let's see if we've got the original video of her threats in here somewhere. I think I've got them saved. Anyway, we might just have to go down and look for them a little bit. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, let's see if we can find her. Just a far leftist lunatic threatening to kill people. And it didn't turn out well for her. Hold on one second. There we go. Couldn't miss that opportunity. I thought that I had... Holy shit, there's still a ton left to go. Man, I've been really dragging my feet on this one. Maybe we got to speed up the pace a little bit. Okay, not there. But I want to see this. So maybe we'll have to go look for her. What was her name again? Maybe we'll just go 6 hours tonight. I don't know. People keep hanging around. Maybe we'll just keep going. Let's see. Riddhi Patel. All right, let's go here. Okay, I'm getting tired. Riddhi. R-I-D-D-H-I. R-I-D-D-H-I. P-A-T-L. Threatens. Okay. Let's see. So it must be in here. All right, let's take a look at this.
Indian American activist Ripley Patel is embroiled in a serious legal battle after making threats towards the Bakersfield City Council during a recent council hearing. Patel's outburst occurred amidst discussions regarding the council's stance on a ceasefire resolution concerning Israel and Gaza. The 28-year-old Patel, who grew up in Bakersfield and works as an economic development coordinator, 18 against council, and 8. Patel's comments included statements such as...
So they're not going to show us her actually saying it. How about this one? Let's check this one out. Your colon. What? Huh?
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck poop.
Ed.
Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope. What about drinking lots of water? Nope.
You've probably seen this guy talk.
It's very clear to me as someone who's been an organizer for the past couple of years that none of you care because you guys don't care about anything happening in Palestine or any other country where oppression occurs because you don't care about the oppression occurring here. And I understand that you guys are all horrible people, but the thing is, 2,300 people being evicted in the last year, those are votes. And you guys, those are votes to win here in Bakersfield. And while you guys parade Gandhi around as a Hindu holiday called Chaitra Navratri starts off this week, I remind you that these holidays that we practice, that other people in the global south practice, believe in violent revolution against their oppressors. And I hope one day somebody brings the guillotine and kills all of you. Increased criminal.
Yeah, so that's not going to go well. I love these people like this. We're actually just going to do this because I think she's earned it. Hold on. Oh, must have been butter chicken night. So I love these people. Like, okay, so she's a violent revolutionary, apparently. How is she going to do in a violent revolution, do you think? Think she's going to prosper? Think she's going to excel in that violent revolution? Think she's going to do great? Think she's going to be one of the leaders of the revolution? Yeah, I kind of doubt it. Awfully brave. She's awfully brave. I mean, I had a friend who's kind of like a liberal, but he's waking up, and he says to me, do you really think that there's all these communists around? I don't see all these communists. I'm like, yes, there's lots of them. It's not like 80% of the population, but it doesn't need to be a lot. It just needs to be a few. Even just a few percent of the population is extremely dangerous. But let's go back now to here. So, Ripley Patel crying in court after being charged with 16 felony counts over threatening to eliminate city councilors in Bakersfield unless they voted to endorse a ceasefire in Gaza. Poor thing. How bad do you feel for her? Well, I don't know. You guys will have to tell me how bad you feel for her. Look at this. And let me remind you, all she did was threaten to kill people with a guillotine. That's all she did. She's looking out for, she is fighting for human rights. And the way you do that, everybody knows the way you do that, is to threaten to murder people.
A deputy public defender entered not guilty pleas on Patel's behalf to 8 counts of threatening a public official and 10 counts of making terroristic threats.
Not guilty? Not guilty? What? Let's go back here.
And violence has been by you all, and so there's no need to continue. In the last 5 years I've attended city council meetings, there's never been it, is because people actually don't care if you guys don't like them, and they're actually resisting, so you want to criminalize them. So regardless of whether you elect people into office, they'll backstab you, they'll let you die, and for that reason, you guys want to criminalize us with metal detectors, we'll see you at your house, we'll murder you.
I don't know. Not guilty, huh? Not guilty. It sounded, you know what it sounded exactly like? It sounded exactly like she threatened to kill them. Which would be so unlike, communist revolutionaries. Radio Streamer says we need a tiny violin sound for moments like this. I agree, sir. It's very thoughtful.
She's due back in court later this month.
Well, shit got real for her. I guess maybe. I mean, who would have thought of it? Who would have thunk it? But maybe it's better not to threaten to kill elected officials. I guess she learned something. But she's going to learn something else right now, too. And that's not to win the wrath of Radio Baloney and its chat. Because we do stuff like this. Oh, she's sadness farting. Again, too much butter chicken. She earned that. Let's see what the let's see what X has to say about it. I'm actually surprised that anyone has the guts to charge her. I think that might be starting to turn around, actually. Apparently in San Diego, there's like 9 Antifa lunatics that are being prosecuted, and I think a couple of them have already been given hard time. And it looks like more of them are going to get hard time too, like years in prison. Like 5 years, I think. So maybe the states, maybe the power it be, maybe this is at San Diego, so that's more conservative there. So, maybe probably, obviously in Portland, that's not going to happen, or San Francisco. But who knows, maybe people are getting sick of lunatics running around terrorizing people because they don't agree with them. Very, very sad. Anyways, the moment you realize your actions have consequences. Let's see. What is that? Fuck around, find out is real. She just found out. She's reportedly being radicalized by the United Liberation Front of Assam, an Indian terrorist group operating in many countries. The 16 fellow counts and her affiliation with ULFA will likely result in 30 years in jail. Holy shit. I don't believe that. There's no way. That wouldn't be woke. This is a great point here from Rogue Thought. Useful idiots. Eventually, you stop being useful. It's true. All right. Yeah, I don't feel the slightest bit of sadness for this poor woman.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Yep, we don't either, do we, guys? Absolutely. Radio Streamer, as another, you guys have great points. This is why I love you guys. This is why it's fun for me to do a 5-hour stream, because you guys help out. Radio Streamer says they always remove the revolutionary, useful idiots. Yeah. Because once the revolution happens, they don't need revolutionaries anymore. They're just a bad thing now. So the revolutionaries have to go after the revolution happens, because they don't want any more revolutions. All right. Let's see. This was interesting, I think. So what was he responding to here? Washington Post. The ex-owner has become a bridge between American conservatives and the global far right. That's right, because free speech, freedom of expression, that's not a liberal thing. That's a far right thing, of course. Only the far right. Only far right authoritarians would want you to be able to express yourself everybody to be able to express themselves freely, even their enemies. Only far-right monsters would want that. Because freedom of expression is far-right, is a far-right fight. What a bunch of liars, Elon Musk says, and he's right. Having remade Twitter, Elon Musk takes his speech fight global. The ex-owner has become a bridge between American conservatives and the global far-right. How stupid is the fucking world? I mean, how dumb do you have to be a leftist? How dumb do you have to be to listen to these people? The Washington Post. How dumb do you have to be a Washington Post reader now? How credulous do you have to be to read a headline like, having remade Twitter, Elon Musk takes his speech fight global. The ex-owner has become a bridge between American conservatives and the global far right. How credulous do you have to be to read that and think, oh, that's good. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, the far right and their damn free speech. Well, you got to save democracy from all that free speech. You got to save democracy from all those people sharing and debating ideas. I mean, democracy can't survive that. What does democracy mean to them? Is authoritarianism, is that what they think is democracy? Do they think, like a single authorized narrative that everybody is forced to believe or pretend to believe? Is that what they think democracy is? How many stupid people are there in the world? And where do you go with this? What do you even do with this? It doesn't make any sense. How can you? I thought the people reading the Washington Post were the intelligent, the educated class. The discerning class. And this is what they're served. This is what they pay for. They pay for this. Do people pay to have this delivered to their door still? I get, like, this is alternate universe shit. How much more transparent does it have to be, right? That they just hate free speech. That's right, chat. Bezos owns the Washington Post. And he doesn't seem woke. He just seems, what he seems is just totally focused on his personal goals of building his company, right? I don't think he's a guy who's like even in it for power or anything like that. I think he's just a guy who just likes building. That's the sense that I get from Bezos. But at the same time, he owns the Washington Post, and he absolutely can decide the editorial direction. He's the owner. He can do that. And under his ownership, they're publishing shit like this. Having remade Twitter, Elon Musk takes his speech fight global. The ex-owner has become a bridge between American conservatives and the global far right. This is a journal. These are three journalists writing this. Journalists writing this. Suggesting here that the fight for free speech is far right. How do they define the far right exactly? What is their definition? It truly is bizarre when you see this kind of unanimity in the media against the thing they're supposed to care about, against the thing that's supposed to be essential to their job, if their job was to seek truth. But I guess that's the problem. Their job isn't to seek truth. Their job is to propagandize. Their job is to spout a narrative. They get a call from, somebody in the deep state, some security agency, and, well, now they know what story they're writing. Now they know who they're smearing. Now they know that freedom of expression is actually, it's been far right all along, apparently. It's just a fantasy world. This is through the looking glass, is it not? All right. Elon Musk says, if maximizing free speech within the bounds of the law, a traditionally liberal value is somehow far right, then I guess I am. With laughing, crying emojis. I mean, is that the point of it? Just to get people to say, I guess that I'm far right then. And then they can point and go, see, he admits it. He admits he's far right. That's why he wants freedom of expression. That's why he's a danger to democracy. Brace yourself for Mockingbird media headlines. Elon Musk confirms he is a far-right extremist. Yeah. You went from centrist to far-right without moving. It is magic. The world is divided into two groups, the good, the woke, and all the rest are extreme right and therefore the bad. It's terrifying. Yeah, it is. When you stop to think about it, it actually is. Let's see. You're far right if you don't let them. Free speech is dangerous unless liberals control it. That's right. And that's not actually free speech. That's the whole thing. That's, I guess, Musk's whole point, right? It's not free speech if everybody doesn't get a voice. If unpopular views even don't get a voice. Let's see. What do we got? All right, let's move on. I've got stuff from this NPR CEO who also ran Wikipedia. And there's a bunch of stuff, but I just don't know if we're going to get to it. We'll go through everything else first, and if we still want to keep going, we can go back to her again, because she's a lunatic. Savage takedown of Justin Trudeau's Canada by an American liberal. Uses it as a cautionary tale to warn American progressives what happens when lunatic left-wing policies go unchecked. I think we should take a look at this. We've got enough time for this.
And finally, new rule, if we want to save our...
But before we go on to this, I do want to say that Bill Maher is an interesting guy in the sense that he is an old school liberal. So he actually does believe in like freedom of speech. He actually is a defender of freedom of speech, freedom of expression. But he's also totally Trump deranged, and not even just Trump deranged, conservative deranged. He's a guy who will vote for Biden. So he'll complain about it. He'll complain about all the lunacy, but he will vote for whoever is the left-wing guy every single time, which is kind of maddening. Because it's not like he's an idiot. He's just not well informed, I think. I think he gets probably most of his news from his producers, to be honest. But he knows crazy when he sees it. So it's interesting. There's Radio Streamer says, I can't stand him. I think it's frustrating because he does manage to reveal some like, let's see if we can get this.
And finally, new rule, if we want to save.
Because he does manage to recognize crazy, but still his solutions are never actually, I mean, he will just vote. Like I was talking earlier about the TrueAnon, who will vote for Trudeau if he told them that everybody in Canada under his rule would be living in a hole in the ground that they had to dig themselves. They would still vote for him. He's like that, but he still notices the crazy, but he doesn't understand the consequences of just continuing to do the same thing over and over again. Radio Streamer says, it's like he's on the cusp of understanding truth, but he never really makes the full trip. Exactly. I got to cut it off right there. He thinks the worst thing that can happen is you turn voters to the right. So the left things are terrible, right? He's saying Canada's a cautionary story here, right? Cautionary tale for other nations to look at. And the worst thing that can happen is that they turn more conservative. This is why he will continue to vote to turn, even though he's talking about Canada as this cautionary tale, he will continue to vote to turn his own country into that. This is what is maddening with these kind of old school liberals who just refuse to actually commit. Like Radio Streamer says, maybe he knows better. Hold on. It's like he's on the cusp of understanding truth, but he never really makes the full trip. It's just maddening, isn't it? It's maddening. He tells us all of this, all of the lunacy, right? And the cautionary tale, right? But the worst thing about it, apparently, is that it might turn people to conservative, to vote conservative to fix the problems that the left has caused, that the far leftists have caused, that he's complaining about. How does this make any sense? Is that, what do you call that? Is that cognitive dissonance? What is that exactly? What kind of psychological syndrome is this? It's fucking maddening, isn't it? But you see, what he's saying is that people seeing this might cause them to vote for people who won't allow it. I guess this is how you twist your brain into a pretzel to keep yourself voting for terrible over and over and over again. He will never vote for the breaks. And you know why? Because CNN tells him that the breaks are mean. So he just won't be able to bring himself to do it. He's got it all there in front of him. It almost seems like he's got it figured out. But he'll be supporting the people that will promote the stuff he's complaining about every single goddamn time. I mean, I often say everybody's got a line, right? Everybody's got a line where the policies that they support start to affect them in such negative ways that eventually they will say, okay, I need to be rational at this point. I need to divorce myself. I need to divorce my ego from this. I need to divorce my self-image from this, just because I've always done this and all my friends have always done this. And this is part of my image of who I am. It's part of my personality. I'm tied to it. But still, it's too fucked up, and now I need to change because what I'm doing is just simply not rational. I think everybody does have that line somewhere. It's just some people, the line is so far away that they just are incapable of helping themselves. And it's unfortunate. Let's see. There's some talk in the chat here. Well, let's see. Hold on a second. Radio Streamer said maybe he knows better. We're talking about Bill Maher here, but he also knows his career is over the second he turns coat. Well, I think if he said that he was going to vote Republican, forget Trump, just any Republican. Yeah, probably. He's probably done at that point. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. They would rather, Streamer said, they would rather burn the system down than relinquish power. I think that's been going around, hasn't it? Rogue Thought said, California being blue for decades. Your policies may need some right help. He will never vote for it because it is mine. Even though he would know that the policies that would be better, that would be beneficial, it would still be mean. You know, that's really what it comes down to with a lot of these old school liberals, is that they just have it in their mind that conservatives are mean. They're just mean and they're not cool. Definitely not cool. Not like Obama, right? They're mean. And it prevents them from doing anything rational politically. Their identity is just too tied up in it, you know? Tied up with it. Anyway, I think that's enough. Actually, how much do we got left? Couple of minutes. Should we might as well watch them. So you won't like the guy who solves the problems. I'm going to say something that would be very unpopular with the Bill Maher crowd, which is Trump was a moderate. He was absolutely a moderate. You can find Democrats saying nearly the exact same things as him from 20 years ago. Hillary was echoing some of the same things, for God's sakes. Trump was a moderate, wasn't far right. He says the far right parties win in Swedish election. The far right one. He doesn't know anything about fucking Sweden. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything about far right. He doesn't know what it even means. I can tell you right now, there's no far right party in Sweden. There's a moderate party, right? Sweden is not there's not a bunch of far rightists running around in Sweden. Anything that is just anything moderate now gets called far right. And that's the game they play. Far right. You won't like it. The people who will fix the problem, you won't like. Well, maybe you will, though. Like, if they fix the problem, you'll probably like them. And if they're actually just kind of moderate, at least what moderate was, 20 years ago, which means sane, they're not going to do a bunch of crazy stuff. They're not going to be authoritarians. All these far-right parties, they're not the ones that seem to be wanting to censor everybody and control everything that everybody can hear and say. Maybe they're not far-right parties. Has anybody considered that? Maybe you're not. Maybe if you want to preserve free speech, maybe if you're opposed to onerous government censorship, maybe you're not far right. Maybe you're just a far leftist. Who sees everybody who's one step to the right of them as far right. And with the left, they're running so far to the genuine far left, that if you just stand still for a moment, they're already way off in the distance. You look far right to them. I'm so sick of this nonsense, just calling everybody who's even remotely sensible, even actual, they call Bill Maher far. Far leftists have been calling him far right for years because of his stand on the on religion and Islam. So it's just becoming really tedious and tiresome, isn't it? Everything's far right. The guys that will solve the problems, you won't like them. Well, if they solve the problems, you might like them, right? And if they're not actually what you think they are, if they're just normal, everybody might be quite happy. Let's see, they got rid of mass immigration and they decided to protect everybody's freedom of expression. Well, you won't like that. Well, according to Bill Maher, you won't like that. Let's see, maybe a government that is not explicitly identitarian and trying to divide everybody up into identity groups and racial groups and pit them against each other. Apparently, those are the far-right groups, too. The people who say, no, everybody's the same and everybody has to live by the same rules. Apparently, that's far-right. So let's see. Treating people equally, respecting people's freedom of expression, and protecting national borders. All far-right. You won't like that, according to Bill Maher. Oh, you're not going to like that. Oh, you won't like that. You won't like it when the government does the things you want them to do. And you're, more free. You won't like that, according to Bill Maher. No. I guess you just have to keep voting for far-left lunatics. I guess you just have to keep voting for the things that you hate. Again, it's maddening listening to these guys. Rogue Thought says, hey, Bill, it's not 1995 anymore. Those people you still call Democrat are revolutionary socialists who hate your country. The thing you have to understand is Bill Maher obviously gets all of his news from CNN, right? And so he never sees, like he never sees Biden being obviously senile because they don't show that to him, right? When CNN says that a right-wing party won in Sweden, it's a far-right party. And Bill knows that because he saw it on CNN, and they told him, and they wouldn't lie to him. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, Jimmy Dore is far right. Yeah, they call Jimmy Dore far right now. He's a fucking socialist, right? But he's a principled socialist. I disagree with him enormously on his politics, but I respect him because he cares about free speech for everybody. If somebody is a free speech advocate, not only for themselves, but for the people they disagree with, that's somebody you can live with. That's somebody who is valuable in the political discussion, even if you disagree with them, right? Joe Rogan as well. They call him far right, which is utterly absurd. Oh, and Radio Streamer says, don't forget meritocracy. They hate that. They really do hate that. So meritocracy, freedom of expression, individual liberty. They hate all that. Those are all far right things, apparently. How did everybody get so fucking stupid? Not us. Not us. We're not. But the Bill Mahers of the world, I mean, he just can't open his eyes. He gets so close. And then, well, the real danger is that you might get politicians who do what you want. And you won't like that. Sure, Bill Maher. Sure. Why don't you have another joint? Let's see. So what do we got next? It went up on 5 hours. Let's see. Well, that was a squatters' rights retard, so I don't know if we got time for that. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, yeah, so this was interesting. So update, the New York City squatter featured in the viral video after the rightful owner of the house was arrested has been charged. So I think we all saw this, right? Where the owner of the house, I think her mother had passed away and left her the house, and she came and there was a squatter inside of it. And the police arrested her for changing the locks on the door. This is in New York City. Brian Rodriguez, who not only squatted but also rented rooms, was charged with burglary, grand larceny, and other crimes. At least 4 lawmakers have filed legislation since this segment first aired to make it easier for police to remove squatters and to document how often it's happening. One bill was filed by a New York City council member, and 3 senators have filed legislation as well. So they must have seen some polling they didn't like in New York because, obviously they made it this way. So the elected officials made it so that homeowners would be arrested for trying to evict squatters from their homes. So that is what they wanted, right? It didn't happen by accident. It's not like somebody fell over and accidentally, knocked a bill, enacted a bill. They wanted that to happen. So it seems like the only thing that seems to affect these people is the threat of losing power. So let's take a look at this.
I have video of you, Brian. Who are these people? Out the situation. Yeah, but they're in my house, man. Relax. No.
To understand how this day ended,
we need the police right away.
With multiple 911 calls and arrests, we have to start at the beginning.
Adele, the hardest question is, how do you say your name?
We met Adele Andaloro outside the home her parents left her in Flushing, Queens. She's in the process of selling it.
No, he locked it.
But she's been locked out. She claims squatters moved in on February 6th and refused to leave.
What's it like being here knowing you can't go inside of your own home?
It's enraging. It really is.
In New York, squatters have rights after 30 days.
By the time that someone does their investigation and they do their work and their job, we'll be well over the 30 days, and this man will have stolen my home. And now she's back.
Just after wrapping up our interview, a woman showed up.
What are you doing in the house? Are you renting this house? Why are you here?
She unlocked the front door, saw our cameras, and took off.
It's open. Let's go in the house. It's open.
Adele and her daughter, with the property deed in hand, went inside.
This is my furniture. These are my curtains.
She didn't just find her belongings inside.
There's a man sleeping right there. Get out of my house.
She found 2 men.
How long have you lived here?
I moved in about 2 days ago.
They've called the police on me, and I've called the locksmith. I didn't come in illegally. The door was open.
Police started interviewing neighbors and looking for documents.
Do you have something that shows that you've been here for more than 30 days?
They took the man who told me he had been renting for 2 days out in handcuffs.
They got one out.
And escorted the other guy off the property.
Now you're afraid to come out.
I'm not coming out. This house is empty. This is my home. My locksmith is on the corner waiting to change my locks. And that's not fair. It's not fair that I, as the homeowner, should be having to go through this.
How you doing?
Minutes later, a locksmith showed up, but police gave her a warning before they left.
I may end up in handcuffs today if this man shows up here and says that I have illegally evicted him. I said to them, let him take me to court the way I've been told to take him to court. But today, I'm not leaving my house.
All right, I think we've seen most seen this. Let's just get to the part where they actually arrest her. There we go.
Department doesn't have the lease?
No.
He's got no documentation.
Just bills.
So Adele, you're getting arrested right now?
I'm being arrested.
For what?
For being in my own home.
And where's your lease?
She's fighting the house. It's not her house anymore.
My deed is current and legal.
Arrested for unlawful eviction. She changed the locks on a man who claims he lives there.
So how does this all end then? When do you leave?
The way it ends is either she pays me my money that I put into the house, pay me the money, and I'll leave, or send me to court, and we deal with the judge in court. It's that simple.
It's not that simple. It's a long process. Evictions can take close to 2 years to complete.
So laws like that, like these sorts of laws are communist laws, right? This is by people who don't like private property. They don't want people to have private property. That's the point of it, right? So somebody can just take over your home.
I have video of you.
And something has happened where they've actually charged this guy with burglary, grand larceny, and other crimes. So something's happened. Yeah, they must have seen a poll or something that wasn't going very well. And again, the only thing they fear is losing power. So all of a sudden, things changed in a hurry. Of course, this is highly publicized. So how many other cases like this are happening? Is anybody else going to be arrested for trying to take over somebody's home illegally? Probably not. They'll just deal with the highly visible case, and then everybody will think, everybody it's not happening to, they themselves will think, well, I guess they solved the problem. Well, they finally came to their senses. Probably not. Probably not.
Who are these people? Yeah, but they're...
All right, let's keep going. What is this? Take a bow, McGill. Another great day for Canadian academia. Gender fucking is a critical legal methodology. McGill Law Journal. McGill Law Journal. So, in this essay, I theorize gender fucking as a critical legal methodology. Gender fucking as a critical legal methodology. Gender fucking is defined by its focus on the needs and experiences of those who fuck with gender, resisting attempts at gender governance through laws, policies, and practices. Gender governance. Adopting a politics of messiness, gender fucking is critical of recognition and calls into question the state's legitimacy in defining and policing gender categories. Gender fucking offers a rich and fertile approach for analyzing a social, political, and legal world indelibly marked by regimes of gender, and in so doing, steps on the path towards gender liberation. It's just a big word salad that means nothing. McGill, that is an elite university. Gender fucking is a critical legal methodology. What use is this person going to be to the world? What use is this person going to be as a lawyer? As far as I just imagine, this person is going to be responsible for all kinds of injustice. How does a society benefit from this gibberish? Like what does this bring? Like what does this contribute? How will this make the world better? How will this make Canada better? How will this make Canadian law better? How will it make anything function better? What is the purpose? Other than just navel gazing, just jerking off. Gender fucking. Why is this allowed? I mean, I guess these institutions, we know it. These institutions have been taken over by lunatics, by commies. Gender fucking. How many years ago would this have just been thrown out? This would have been, no. This would have been, no. The answer is no. No. But gender fucking and critical legal, no. No, we're not interested. Shut up, commie. Nobody's interested in gender fucking as a critical legal methodology. Sorry, commie. But. Shut up, commie. I said shut up. Nobody's interested in your gender fucking as a critical legal methodology. Nobody ever will be. This is pointless. You're wasting everybody's time. You're wasting your own life. Can't you simply think of something better to do? Just take a bath. Taking a bath would be a much better enterprise than this. Taking a bath, getting a haircut would be a much better enterprise than gender fucking as a critical legal methodology. Washing a car. You don't have a car. Okay, I don't know. Take your neighbor's dog for a walk. Anything other than gender fucking is as a critical legal methodology. Just watch a marathon of Seinfeld. That's better for the world. At least you won't be doing wrong. At least you won't be hurting the world. At least you won't be wasting people's time. Florence Ashley, University of Alberta, Faculty of Law. Another great day for Canadian academia. Okay. I wonder if anybody has anything to say about this. Forthcoming in the McGill Law Journal. In this essay, okay, so we already read that. Written by this person, who would have guessed? It's all making sense now. Let's see. Let's see. This Florence Ashley was one of the law professors who criticized Daniel Smith's moves to protect young people from gender ideology. Daniel Smith is the premier of Alberta. Given a choice between scholarship and activism, she chose puerility. It's late. Jesus. I'm so glad I have only an 11th grade education. I remain sane. These days, I think you're much better off with an 11th grade education. I'd like to believe this is parody, but sadly, I'd be mistaken. Yeah, no, these days, it's safest to assume it's not parody. Whatever crazy fucking thing you're seeing, just assume it's not. This seems like a good one to end off on. About this asteroid. When was it due again? Just bring the asteroid on. We're done. It's over. Oh, this one again. Hold on one second. Never gets old. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Very happy to see this video of celebrity singing, encouraging us to vote blue. This may be even more powerful than that rendition of Imagine that circulated at the start of COVID. Yeah, that's a good time to remind you. I made a video on that, and if you subscribe to my channel, you can easily find it. So you should probably subscribe to the channel. It's good for you. Why do they keep doing this? Like they think it's going to convince somebody. I think it's just like an endless, bottomless pit of a need for attention.
Take back our life song. Prove we're alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong.
Alan Thicke, you shame your ancestors. Disgusting.
I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep.
Oh, God. For one thing, I don't even know who most of these people are. Like, I don't know who these people are. Who are these? I have no idea who either of those people, three people are. All I know is that this is terrible. I will say, though, again, I wonder often if things are just reverse psychology, because if the goal is to get people to vote against whatever these dingbats support, well, then it's a massive success. Because I think you just feel driven to just oppose whatever these dingbats are supporting. Whatever they want you to do. I mean, it'd be a good rule in life. If they just made a song about anything, like what car to buy, don't buy that car, right? If they made a song about, I don't know, a healthy diet, just eat anything else. Whatever these people are suggesting, just do the opposite. And I think most people feel just kind of like an inner kind of sense of like urgency in doing the opposite of what they do. Like there's an intuition, right? They're saying do this, do the opposite. Invest in this stock. Don't, right? Buy the stock. No, sell the stock. Whatever it is they're trying to cajole you into doing, just do the exact opposite of that, and you're on the right track. Things will probably turn out okay. And again, I don't even know who these people are. Who are these people? I think celebrity is been so devalued, with streaming. There's so many shows that it's impossible to know. There's so few actual kind of universally known celebrities these days, and most of those you hate because they're stupid enough to get on social media and tell you what they really think. They're much better off when they're reading other people's words and expressing other people's thoughts. And you'd think their agents would tell them that. I mean, who are these people? Do you guys know who they are? Were they in like insurance commercials or something? Pepto-Bismol commercials? Does that count as being a celebrity now? I don't know. But I'll bet you the internet has something to say about it. Can you actually die of cringe? Interesting question. I think it's possible. Let's see. Oh, let's get a bunch of has-beens together and sing a song. That's so 80s. Let's see. What's this? The Usual Suspects. The League of Liberal White Women. Yeah. I think that one was a flop. These people are so full of themselves. Cringe. They certainly are. Why aren't they aware of that? They have nobody around them to tell them. No, this is awful. Stop it. No, people don't like this. It's not going to make people like you anymore. It's not going to make people want to go see your movies. It's going to do the opposite of that. Just whatever you think is a good idea, do the opposite. That's what I do. Whatever you think is a good idea, I do the opposite of that. You should do that as well. Go 100% against your own intuition every single time. It's good advice for celebrities, whoever these people are. I don't know 98% of these people. Shows how long I haven't watched TV or movies since 2017, 2018. That's, I guess, the other part of the death of celebrity is that the shows are all so bad that fewer and fewer people are watching them. Bunch of rich commies out of touch with real Americans. And then ugh, vomit. Yeah, I'm there. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. It's gross. Okay. Let's see. What have we got? I think we're going to call it a night pretty soon. See if we've got something fun. Oh, yeah. We can't leave without doing armpit hair woman. No, we can't finish this without armpit hair woman. Okay. Maybe I'll make this a little bit smaller.
Call it a little quirk, if you will. I have hair in my armpit. I have it there for a few reasons.
Shall we call it a little quirk? I kind of feel like this is one of those people that you know everything you need to know about immediately. Okay, let's go.
Call it a little quirk, if you will. I have hair in my armpit. I have it there for a few reasons. 1, lazy. 2, fuck the patriarchy. And 3, your response to them tells me everything I need to know about you.
But you know, that whole everything I need to know about you thing, that it kind of goes both ways here. We've learned more than enough about you. Let's see. I mean, you know, the armpit hair thing and the fact that you've got your head shaved at the front and at the top to the back. I don't know. Who told you that was a good idea? It was probably a communist, I'm guessing. I think it's a very poor idea.
But it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is. I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Yeah, it is weird and pissed off, whatever it is. I'm not sure. Armpits. Okay, so what are this person's qualities? Their most noticeable qualities. Armpits, the weird hair, generally slovenly appearance, we can talk about, and perma bitch face, which again almost borders on it almost borders on like the meanest like Down syndrome woman that you'd ever come across. Because normally they're very nice and happy people, and you know, but if there was a really mean one, like I don't 50%, that would be this lady here. Lady, I guess lady. I mean, who knows these days? Let's watch this again.
Call it a little quirk, if you will. I have hair in my armpit. I have it there for a few reasons. 1, lazy. 2, fuck the patriarchy. And 3, your response to them tells me everything I need to know about you.
So I don't know. Is being utterly disgusting just a little quirk? Would we call it just a little quirk? I'm not sure. I do know one thing, though. She is fully deserving of something that we do on this show, something that we always do. And I think it's time. It's time she learned. This is what happens on Radio Baloney when you're gross. Oh, that was great.
Shall not pass! You shall not pass!
Yeah.
Was she a great big fat person?
She was, but the interesting thing, Silence of the Lambs, is that she also has this really weird, unpleasant haircut and really hairy armpits, and she also needs a bra as well. And she looks like she smells really disgusting, like soy, like fake bacon soy product. Rogue Thought says, I'll sleep good tonight knowing this won't propagate. That's the thing. I mean, they are like sterilizing and just not breeding themselves, you know, into extinction. So there won't be any, you know, little look at my armpits and I'm gross and somehow everything's the patriarchy's fault. There won't be little ones of those running around. Although, you know, I think the sad thing is that if this awful creature, this kind of fat lesbian golem, did have a child, well, the child would rebel against the parent. It would end up being probably a perfectly lovely person. But we'll probably never have that chance to exist because, I don't know, she has to stick it to the patriarchy or something, so she has to live a horrible, disgusting life. Because that would really sticks it to the patriarchy. That'll really get the patriarchy going. The patriarchy wants to stay as far away from this thing as possible. That's what the patriarchy wants. I think that if this person asked, like, the patriarchy, to buy, like, an island, like a small island that only she was allowed on, I think the patriarchy would chip in a few bucks each, buy the island for, ship her to it, you know, and then surround it with, like, I don't know, some system that could, like, of gas pipes, natural gas pipes that could just have a solid wall of fire all around it. And we'd call it Fire Island. So she could never get off again. Only, I mean, if she requested it, obviously. It wouldn't do that, you know. Yeah. Or there's that whole thing. We talk about it sometimes on this channel about if there was like a cannon that was really big and powerful and it could shoot things. I'm not saying people. I'm just saying things. Nothing in particular. But could you just shoot, you know, something into the sun? Then I think that would be a good thing for Earth to have, frankly. You know? I'm not sure it's just the patriarchy either that is that finds this abominable. I'm not sure it's just the patriarchy that would want to avoid this. You know, I think the matriarchy might not be totally fond of it either. You know, I don't know. I think if the matriarchy were here right now, it would probably press these buttons on my soundboard.
You shall not pass!
I think that there's at least a segment of the matriarchy that would enjoy that. I have to believe that. I have to. All right. Radio Streamer says, I'll gladly sell my only means of transportation if she and all the others are taken there. Can walk for a few weeks. Yeah. All right. Now, you know that the internet has something to say about this. And I hope it's kind. Her head requires regular maintenance. It does. It does. I don't get this whole trying to stick it to the patriarchy by being absolutely, utterly disgusting. Because, I mean, we can just stay away from it, right? We can just avoid it. So it doesn't really hurt us. The vape shop she manages is probably lit. That's a good one. Let's see. Exhibit B. That must be your husband. That's probably trans masculine Frankenstein. She is too lazy to shave the hair on her armpits, but not to produce a straight line on her head. Some people are odd. They are. What is this? A sniper's dream. Some good comments in this one. Never thought I'd live to see the day of Little Britain becoming reality. That show was way ahead of its time in a very deep manner. Yeah, that's why they took it off the air there. They won't show it anymore in the UK. I'm convinced you're a parody account, but you keep me guessing. I don't feel like it is. It's hard to tell these days, obviously. But no, I think this is just a genuinely disgusting person. Was my thoughts. I don't know. All right. That's enough of her. Let's see. What have we got here? Oh, yeah. So those Google employees, if I haven't mentioned it before tonight, subscribe to my channel. You can see all my wonderful videos. Apparently, they're really good for you. That's what I hear. That's what everybody says. But I just made a video about these Google employees that were arrested because I guess they got it into their heads that work at the Googleplex campus is the place for them to protest about Palestine or something, or Israel. I think they want them to divest, to boycott Israel or something. And anyway, they all got fired. So they got arrested, moved out, and then fired. So, it's one of those things where they did create this culture of activism, right? They cultivated these kinds of people, this kind of attitude at their work with all of the kind of wokeness and everything, and also just pampering them as well, and firing conservatives. James Damore, remember him? He had that memo that was very sensible, just trying to explain why they might be more men interested in being engineers than women, because men and women just in general have differences. It's not every single person, but, when you look in the mean, it makes a difference. They fired him, and that was a clear message that sanity not allowed, at least not politically. I mean, I assume they have to be sane to program or whatever. But they cultivated this kind of stuff. I mean, they should have expected it. And when it came right down to it, it started interfering with a $1.2 billion contract with Israel for a cloud server. And they said, yeah, we're not that woke. Not that woke. Sorry. But they didn't really, I think they were incapable, these employees. I mean, it's only a small percentage of their employees. We have to be fair here. But I think we can be pretty sure that it's overwhelmingly progressive that works there, or left-wing, or at least moderately left-wing. Very few conservatives there, and if they are, they don't tell people. But I think these people failed to read between the lines. Because when Google tells its employees that it's woke and it cares what they think, what they mean is vote for Biden and support Biden. And that's it. They don't like Biden right now because of support for Israel, even though it's, I don't know, it's all a big mess. But anyway, what they mean is, when they say that they're woke and they're empathetic and they care about everybody, what they mean is vote for fucking Biden. Just vote for fucking Biden. Biden. That's it. They don't care. They don't care what they think. Not really. Actually, nor should they. Right? They're contracted to do a job. They shouldn't actually care. They should just care that they do their job well. They're a business. They pay them well. They spoil them with insane amenities. I mean, they get like 3 gourmet meals a day. They've got volleyball courts and tennis courts and video games, and everywhere you go, there's like fridges with drinks that they can have, and they get lattes and everything. They're totally spoiled. They have sleeping pods, nap pods. They get free massages at work, right? So they spoil them with all of this stuff. Turns out it's not good enough for all of them, for the most far-left activist ones. They want to decide what Google will actually do, because they're lefties, and everything they hear is that their labor is important, right? And their labor means that they are partially owner. They're stakeholders, to use the WEF, the World Economic Forum language. They're stakeholders in it. They actually think this shit, right? And I don't think Google has done much to discourage them in that way, so they can have the illusion of being, woke. They're not really, though. They're not really actually woke. They are for machine Democrat politics. right? That's what they like because it's very profitable for them. And I'm sure it does actually conform with their politics, but it also means that they can work closely with the government and make an enormous amount of money. Google has aligned itself with the Democratic Party for ideological and financial reasons. That's what's happened. So what they mean, right? What their employees aren't reading between the lines is it's just, no, you fucking vote Biden. That's what you're going to do. You vote fucking Biden. That's who we want, right? We saw the video of them, being upset and crying after 2016, talking about the employees were crying and stuff. I guess the employees got the wrong idea from that, right? They thought there was more to it than just no, but it could be just anybody, as long as they're a Democrat and they're aligned with the Democratic Party, and that's it. They're going to work closely with the government, and they're going to get favorable treatment, and that's it. That's what they care about. They created a little Frankenstein's monster at their office, and then they just quickly dispatched it. Not a problem at all. They're just like, oh, we'll just get rid of him, fire him. I find it quite amusing, actually. Yeah, useful idiots. And now they've been disposed of, and I don't feel sorry for them. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest bit at all. I wonder if the internet has anything to say. We should take a quick peek. If she worked for me, she would have been fired well before this protest, just for that hairstyle. That's a smart move. Hairstyle tells you a lot, especially when it's retarded. Yes, no doubt she will also be wearing her pronoun pins. Hair should have been an immediate red flag. Absolutely. Maybe they can go to Gaza and protest. Probably not going to do that. How many of these people that are constantly protesting for Gaza all the time, how many of them, and they're chanting river to the sea, how many of them actually even know what river and what sea? I assume some of them would probably guess Mediterranean for the sea. What percentage of them would say the Jordan River? Would know that? What percentage? I'm guessing it would be actually a fairly low, probably single digits. They can chant it passionately, but how much do they really know? Do they even know what that chant means? Have any of them looked at the Hamas charter? I doubt it. They might have heard some bad things about it, and then they would be disincentivized from looking at it, because if they look at it and go, oh, well, this is awful genocide-y. That's not the sort of thing they want to see, because then it causes, cognitive problems for them. And maybe it makes the whole thing a lot more complicated, and it's much easier just to not know anything and go along with the popular thing. Don't get in any trouble that way. Friends don't get mad at you. You don't get disowned by your friends. You don't get denounced by your Facebook friends who aren't really your friends anyway. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. 5 hours and 25 minutes. I think this is my longest live stream ever at this point. Let's see. What do we got? Anything interesting? No more Bill Maher. Not her. Don't think we're going to get to her. This video inspires me to live each day to the fullest. I feel the inspiration from his words, and I'm heartily encouraged to vote for him again and again in November. Again and again in November. Okay, so what's he saying now? This must be good.
One day I showed up at Off-Year Convention, and I was in the motel, after the local motel, getting changed after the afternoon session, go back to the evening session. I'd come down with some young activists, a little older than me, but still young activists, who were involved in trying to reform the party. And I was in one of those 8x10 bathrooms, they have, shower, toilet, and a sink, and I got a towel on me and shaving cream, and I hear bam, bam, bam at my door, really loudly. And
what is going on? What the hell is going on? Is this real? Is this like a deep fake? What is this?
Wonder what the hell is that? I thought of this guy, Bob Cunningham, on a radio show, and a couple other guys. So I said, okay, guys. And I walked to the door and opened up, and standing there was the former governor of the state of Delaware, Albert N. Carville, a big guy, about 6'5", talked at you like this. And the state representative who got defeated 4 years earlier as a Democratic state rep who was retired. And one of the, from the family that had more senators appointed than any other family in American history, to the tunnels, a former retired justice and the state chairman. And they said, I'm standing in a towel and shaving cream in my face. One day.
Are the people in there just like going like, what is happening? What is happening here? What am I witnessing? What? What is he talking about? The creepy music really makes it though. But what is that? I don't know, but it was creepy. No. Does anyone know if species-affirming surgeries is a thing yet? Many folks are clamoring for tails and wings. Oh dear. Let's see about this.
I'm just wondering when there's gonna be like more species-affirming surgeries. I got bottom surgery, it's great. Love it, fantastic. Having a V is awesome, but like, how close are we to like when can I get a tail? When can I have my ears removed and pointed and put on my the top of my head instead? When can I have fur all over my entire body? When can I have my skull restructured so that I have a snoot? What about like scales? Cause I'll settle for being a scaly. Could get my tongue split, like, could I be gooey? Could I get like paw pads? Could I have my legs, bones like restructured to be like digigrade? What about like antlers? Like, come on, that's gotta be possible medically. How close are we to these things? Scientists, Hank Green, I'm just wondering when there's gonna be like.
What about like a giant cannon that could shoot me into the sun? Not gonna say that. Damn it.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. That means this person is obviously a lunatic. Like, who pays? Like, do insurance companies pay for all this stuff? Like, are they going to pay for people to just be turned into animals and stuff? I don't know. It's very strange, though. Very strange. It's all very, very strange. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Val says Biden is hilarious. He is pretty funny. That's one thing I will say. It's pretty funny. Just imagine if you're in the crowd while he talked about his hairy legs. Maybe they serve Kool-Aid at the door. Oh, dear. Species-affirming surgery. So this is stuff that people are going to want to get. I wonder if encouraging mental illness is really the best way to go. I think they used to, what was that thing they used to do? They used to treat it, right? And there used to be buildings they used to put people in or they couldn't get out of. And now they just change their genitals, I guess. That's the cure for mental illness now. New genitals, that fixes it. This is interesting. So, in woke Canada, Dundas Square, this is in Toronto, Dundas Square was named after abolitionist Henry Dundas. Dundas. It was renamed to honor a term associated with one of Africa's leading slave trading groups. Now the woman responsible for this farce is out of office. So they wanted to change a square that was named after a slavery abolitionist and then rename it in honor of one of Africa's leading slave trading groups. But I guess the thing is, in the woke mind, the guy that they're changing the name from was white, so therefore obviously bad. And the name of the term associated with one of Africa's leading slave trading groups that's a black term, so good. The rest of it doesn't really matter. That is literally how woke works. I mean, obviously, that's how it works. We're seeing it right here. That's how it works. That is woke dysfunction. News. The person responsible for the Dundas Street renaming fiasco is no longer working for the City of Toronto, according to a recent email to city staff. The email provided no reason for the departure of Cheryl Blackman, the now former lead manager for the Dundas Street renaming project and head of heritage and museums. Rogue Thought says skin color versus merit. Absolutely. So they give lunatic jobs to lunatics to do lunacy. And then eventually they have to fire them because it turns out that they're useless and they just do more harm than good. Let's see. The renaming campaign led by Blackman alienated the vast majority of Torontonians. More than 3 years after the city received the petition to rename Dundas Street, only 16% of Torontonians supported the plan. 16%. So I did do a little bit of digging here. So they wanted to change the name to Sankofa Square. So Sankofa. So that is a term from the Akan tribe of Ghana. And they bought and sold slaves. A lot. They did a lot of that, actually. And Sankofa is go back and get it. So go back and get it. I presume it means slave. Because what else would it mean? They're a giant slave trading group. So, yeah. I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't so enraging and pointless and just a waste of money, a waste of time, but also deeply disrespectful to Canadian culture and the heritage of Toronto and Canada in general. You know, it's like you have to remove a white guy who was an abolitionist because he's white and replace it with something, just anything, doesn't really matter as long as it's not white. Even if it's, you know, the abolitionism was supposed to be good and the slavery part was supposed to be bad, it doesn't matter. White bad, not white good. Miss Blackman was well known for her other decolonizing efforts as well, leading the charge to decolonize Toronto's museums with awakenings. I still don't understand what this means. I mean, apparently decolonize actually means, we learned this after October 7th, that the leftists were telling us that decolonize means slaughtering people. Apparently they were saying, what did you think we meant? Writing essays? But in the context of a museum, you're probably not going to slaughter that many people at a museum. Although, I don't know, I mean, it is the left. I think the Bolsheviks did a fair amount of that. They just slaughtered everybody everywhere. But what would it really mean to decolonize a museum? Like, what could that mean? Like, you would think logically then, I mean, if museums themselves are whiteness and white culture, then you just have to get rid of the museums, just not have museums. This is the thing. They want to decolonize everything, but they want to keep it still. They still want it. They still want all the institutions. They still want all the nice shit, right? They just want to decolonize it. And as far as I can tell, decolonize it in this context just means take it over and ruin it. Decolonize just means power is all. And power on the virtue of identity. It's identity versus merit, as Rogue Thought said. Here's a reminder of just a few of the tactics used by Miss Blackman and her team to steer council towards renaming everything Dundas, prompting the backlash towards renaming everything Dundas, prompting the backlash amongst city residents. 1. Or A, defied the mandate to conduct public consultations on renaming. B, kept the decision to cancel public consultations secret for 6 months. C, provided counsel with patently false historical information about Henry Dundas. D, ignored eminent historians and peer-reviewed research that exonerated him. E, hired an ultra-left DEI consultant from Ottawa with no experience in public communications campaigns to advise the city on strategy. This is what happens when people feel that they are invulnerable because of their identity, because they can say, oh, well, the real reason I'm being fired is not incompetence or just being an idiot or being insane. It's that, well, it's racism. And I think I got colonized, I'm pretty sure. Felt like I was getting colonized there. No, it's nothing to do with the money I stole or whatever. Or wanting to do the thing that everybody hates. Nothing to do with that. The only explanation can be that somebody did a colonization and they're racist. And now this person is gone. I've been hearing about corporations actually getting rid of their DEI officers. And some of these people starting to be rooted out from institutions. I'm starting to hear a bit. I mean, it's going to take a long time. It's actually a generational challenge, probably, because they are just like termites in everything at this point, just chewing away at every institution and running most of them. But it will take a while, but I think it would be possible to start having a constructive conversations in civilization again at some point. It's just going to take a little while. I'm not black-pilled on it, Let's see. I think that's about it. 5 hours, 38 minutes. I think that's enough for me tonight. You guys good? I don't think I can talk anymore. So we're good. So everybody that's still here, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to my channels, either on YouTube or Rumble, or if you're listening to the replay on BitChute or Odyssey, subscribe there, please. And you can see all of my wonderful videos that are very healthy, very low in salt. Actually, they're pretty high in salt. But apparently my brain stops working at 5 hours and 39 minutes. But anyway, thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks, everybody in the chat. It makes it way more fun for me. That's what keeps me going, really. If there was nobody in the chat, it would just feel like talking to myself, and that would be no fun. And also, you guys make great points. So you guys actually make the shows better just by being there and with your comments. And I can see there's I'm really happy to see there's you guys are just talking amongst each other. There's a little community growing here, which is fucking awesome, So I'm totally stoked about that. So as much as I probably won't feel like doing a long live stream next Friday, I'm still going to do it because I'm going to be here for you guys because we're building a nice little community here and it's fun. The thing is, I always kind of feel like for, the hour or two before I go live, I'm always kind of like, God, do I have the energy to do this tonight? But then when I start, it's awesome. And I end up having a great time. And I think well, I'll probably go for 3 hours tonight. And then I do 5 or 5 hours and 40 minutes like tonight. Right. So you guys are what makes it actually fun for me to do this. So thanks for being there. And anybody who's not subscribed, subscribe now. And I'll be putting out lots of videos during the week. So talk to you guys later. Have a great weekend.